What is up, yo? Let me turn that sound down just a little bit there, that music. The sweet sounds of royalty-free music that I won't get busted for on YouTube. Hey, guys, what up? My name is Jay Tate, as you can see in the graphic there. I am publisher of AuburnSports.com, and it is awesome to be back with you guys for another week. And we've already got a bunch of people on in the chat. Folks who are with us every single week. Ed D in the house. Canoe Man Alpha Tiger with an early start tonight. Glad to have you. War Eagle 0008. Cleveland Brown in the hizzle. For show. Brad Easterwood logged in early. Brad E. We know him. Willie Boy AU is fired up about some basketball. AU Storm in the hizzle. Ravine is in the house. Man, we've got all the big-time hitters out tonight. Pocket Watch as well. I thought you were out somewhere remote tonight, Pocket Watch. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in to another edition of The Brain Drain here. You're watching this on YouTube probably, or at auburnsports.com, or on the YouTube app. But, yeah, I'm the publisher at auburnsports.com. Some people call me the Commodore. Pocket Watch does as well. And I am fired up to be here tonight. We've got some things to talk about. We're going to debut our new proposed depth chart for the basketball team. It's basically, they don't have one, but we have ways to kind of find out, who's been playing well and who's been practicing well. We had a chance to run it by some folks who know what's up with basketball team, and we're going to be showing that tonight, debuting that tonight. We've also made some adjustments, several adjustments to our football depth charts based on feedback from Sir Brian Matthews. And Nate's been working on that too, just kind of some things that they've been hearing from inside about, position battles and some guys that are stepping up. And I've made probably 6 changes to that depth chart as well. So we've got that going on. And we got some headlines to talk about. Good news on the COVID front from an Auburn perspective. A few guys still in quarantine, but nobody new in quarantine. So there's a chance they're going to have, their full complement of players when they take the field against Kentucky next weekend. A game that is less than a week away now. It's technically, 6 days and 18 hours or whatever it is. Warwick in the house as well. Let's go to our main page here and say what's up to everyone, including Warwick. We're starting off with a super chat from the main man, Crocosile. It says, keep up the good work, JGT. That is like your go-to phrase. I love it, and it's what I tell you all the time when you're doing a great job on the bunker, which is like pretty much all the time. We're going to go ahead and leave up the big vision because I thought it was just too good to pass up. For various reasons. The big vision thing, it's perfect, Jay, and rest in peace. But Jack, that's something that Jack was very proud of, and it's just wonderful. So we're going to continue to use that. Some of our posters with longer names probably won't fit in there, but we'll make it work one way or another. We always make it work at the bunker. We'll fit it in. Warwick in the house. Glad to have you, bro. Leif B. Yeah, that's my man right there coming over from the Rebel Grove stream. I don't know if they're still going. I doubt they are because I'm getting texts from Neil. That means they're probably off the air now. I was watching earlier. He had Chance, the Yapper, on, obviously, but then Haley was on as well, and he had the 3 cameras set up, and I don't know if he mentioned this on the show, but I went over to Oxford yesterday. I drove over to help him get some stuff set up for his stream. He's got a new computer, and he's got some new equipment, and he's got a new platform. He's using the same one that we use here. So I want to go over there and make sure he was 100% good, build him some graphics, and make sure that he's good. Because Neil's not super good with the computer stuff, it's fair to say. And he wants to be, and so I really want to be there and help him. So that's what we did. It was a great day to drive, easy drive over there and easy drive back. So and I was watching the show, and I thought it was tremendous. I thought he's really made some incredible strides with hosting a really just quality show over there. So let's see. War Eagle 008 says, Neil drinking tonight? If so, we should get him on the show. Surely he was, right? He drinks a good amount. I mean, I don't think he's an alcoholic or anything. I just think he drinks like maybe 2 drinks a day, but it's consistent. Speaking of that, I had to dry out, man. I had let's see, we had a show Saturday night. I was drinking. I drank again Sunday with my man J Dub and Tim over in I don't want to say too specifically, but over at J Dub's house. And I was like, dude, that's 4 nights in a row. I had to dry out a little bit, so we did. I hadn't been drinking much, so this sip of this as yet unnamed bourbon is going to be my first drink in a minute. Let's see. Leif B says maybe they could make listen up again to I don't get that one. Brad E, need to form a prayer circle for Neil to get on the show. Of course you said it. You went there, Brad. I know you did. I knew you were going to. I think it's a fair criticism. He gets a little bit upset about it sometimes if you guys rattle him, but that's fun too. I mean, it's all in good fun. Yeah. All right, we'll move over. We'd like to start off with our bourbon of the night. I know a lot of you guys are probably drinking bourbon. Love to hear in the chat what you guys are drinking. I'm going to be drinking the Old Tub. Not in honor of Tuberville, although it could be. The Old Tub, a product of Jim Beam, which is actually Beam Suntory. This is something they've been selling in their gift shop for a minute. I think the whole time, really. This is based on really their first bourbon that they were putting together in the 1800s, maybe into the 1900s or right around Prohibition. After Prohibition, they changed their recipe a little bit, but this is stuff that's been out there for a long time in the market in a very small area. You could get that at the distillery in Claremont, Kentucky, or I think they had there's like a restaurant or an exposition something or other in Louisville you can get it at. It's now nationwide. I think this went nationwide in June, and had to pick up a bottle. The great news is, and you guys know this, I am not a big fan of expensive bourbons. So this is not expensive. I think I bought this. I think it was 19, but I said retail's in the 20 range. And they had this in really good supply. Now listen, I know a lot of you guys are out there and you're like, hey man, I've got me a $150 bottle of, Weller Special Antique. I got a handle of it, blah, blah, blah. Love you guys, okay? But I like myself some less expensive bourbons, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing tonight. Riley B wants to know if J-Head's coming on the show tonight. Not tonight. We love J-Head. It's just so thick. We try to space it out a little bit because we ask a lot of him to come on here. And I know he gets exhausted. Last week's segment, I should say, was 35 minutes with J-Head. And 35 minutes with J-Head is really like an hour and a half of content. So we're gonna pass on him tonight, although you guys know we love him. One of the all-time greats. The Old Tub, again, 100 proof, bottled in bond. To be bottled in bond, part of the requirement is that it be at 100 proof, which is 50% alcohol, and has to be at least 4 years aged. This is 4 years aged, according to the bottle itself. And it also has to be, AU Taxman might be able to help me on this one. I think it's got to be it's one distiller from one distillery, and then it's got to be in a bonded warehouse. Those are the requirements. So my expectations are not super high here at $20 and 4 years old. We've had some on the show that are 15 years old. They're probably a little bit more mellow. This is probably going to be a little more harsh. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and hit it. Let's see what happens. We've got a simulated cork. No problem at all. Oh my gosh, I don't have a cup. Let's see if I can find a cup over here. Hey, Mads, you want to go get me a cup, girl? No, like a glass? Like one of those duck glasses. You know what I'm talking about? Maddie's home, by the way. She's home because she got evacuated out of South Alabama. Yeah, she got evacuated out of... Huh? Did you let him in here? She got evacuated out of South, and she's still there. They don't go back to school until Monday, so she's still here. She was actually in Auburn for a few nights. So I can't... Well, I can put it in this cup, man. This is from a man, J-Dub, who's a Pi Kappa Phi alum from Troy. So I'm going to drink out of your cup to start with, J-Dub. In your honor, my man. Little Old Tub. I noticed on the Reddit comments for this, it said, it has a nose of ethanol and cherries. I was like, oh, that's a really exotic taste. Coming out of the Pi Kappa Phi cup here. I smell cinnamon. Since it's a bean product, I'm expecting nutter. Oh, there it is. It's very nutty. It's very nutty. It's not bad. Thank you, ma'am. Let's pour it into the old glass there, guys. Ooh, it's got a little bit of heat though. 100 proof, it shouldn't be that damn hot, and it's not. But you all know that every time you drink a Beam product, it's going to have a nutty flavor profile. It's just what they do, like peanuts, kind of. And again, at $20 in the $20 range. Let me have another sip before I say where this fits in. Evan Williams small batch, or is that? No, it's Evan Williams single barrel. Is this same price, and it's probably better than this. But this is good though. That's easy to drink. It is. That's smoother than I thought it would be. It's pretty good. Actually, that's real good for the price. I mean, I wouldn't pay $40 for it, but $20, yeah. George M says for $20, it's great. Long finish. I agree, man. I'm still feeling it right now. 30 seconds later. Yeah, I'm surprised. Brad E says chug it like straight off the bottle. I don't want to do that. I get pepper, too, out of it. It's good, though. All right, guys, we'll move on. Anyway, Old Tub's what I'm having. Let's see. I saw some other stuff, what you guys are drinking. War Eagle 008 says Wild Turkey 101, that's good, too. That's really good at that price. Spent $24 on it. I would take Wild Turkey 101 over that. Yeah, over this. Although this is good. Anyway, Old Tub, guys. What else we got? Oh, I did want to show you that. This made me laugh. There's a thread that was posted this morning. It says Malik Willis went from not being able to throw at Auburn and then can't be on uses to being able to throw at Liberty. And I actually had to edit this because, as you can see over here in the far right corner, can't be used post was number 1. Dunson was number 6. But it says, this is the most typical post in bunker history. Yeah, I'm guessing Malik Willis had a fast start and then slowed down because I think his final line was 13 of 31. Now, I know he ran for a lot of yards, and he was definitely he made a difference in that game, no doubt. And we're all fired up for him because Malik's good people, but you're exactly right. I bet Can't Be On You posted that when he was like 3 for 3 to open. And then he probably missed 5 in a row, and Dunson's like, of course this is when people are going to start threads about it. I got a kick out of that for sure. Oh my goodness, Brad E's out. You're about to drink some wine at Charles Anthony, the pub. Oh, my mom would be so jealous. She's always trying to get us to go to the pub. She loves the pub. She would eat there twice a week if she could. It's her favorite restaurant, I think, ever. As it stands, we go there probably every other week. But she's always like, hey, it's Tuesday. You want to go to the pub? I'm like, no. That's a weekend place, man, to me. I mean, you go there for a real meal, like real stuff going on. All right, football headlines. Not a lot to talk about really this week. They finished up their 25 preseason practices, and they are now, starting tomorrow shift into season mode. Downhill Britt and Big Cat named to first-team All-SEC preseason. Broham, this is a very surprising one to me. Broham, a second-team All-SEC, a guy that has not started a single game in his career. But as you guys know, those of you who watch the show, I'm a big fan of Brodarius Ham, and I think he's going to be a terrific football player. Anthony R. wants to know any news on the other starter at CB. Yes, we're going to get to that. Just hold on. We don't start off the show with all the answers right off because then I would have to leave. I don't want to do that. But yes, we do have an update on that. Bo Nix and Seth Williams and Christian Tutt named to the third-team All-SEC. I think Tutt was on there 3 times on the third team. Once for a defensive back, once for a return man, and once for like an all-purpose player or something like that. As Gus reported yesterday, there were no new positive tests or quarantines this past week, which is great news. And so if they put another week together like that, like this week coming up, they would then go into the Kentucky game full power. Because he said they don't have any injuries of note, and at that point they would have nobody in quarantine. And so they would be ready to go. That would be a good thing. He did say 8 players are out at the moment. These are people that are left over from last week who have been in quarantine this time, and he expects them to come back for their Tuesday practice, which is like their, Tuesday, Wednesday are the big practices during practice week. So he thinks they'll be at full speed starting Tuesday. And from a preparation perspective, that is exactly when you want to have everybody back. Although the guys that have been out for 10 or 12 days, they may be a little bit rusty. rusty. And Gus was pretty open that there were some offensive linemen that had been out. Those of you who are on the bunker know that we don't really get into naming names on stuff like that. It's just not really the way we roll. But there's some offensive linemen that have been out. But they, again, unless something changes, they won't be out once we hit the Tuesday practice. And Auburn began working on Kentucky-specific stuff last week. Prior to that, they didn't have a spring practice, so they were doing all stuff, kind of figuring out their depth chart and getting some techniques down and all that kind of stuff. Working on themselves is what Gus would say, working on ourselves. And then this past week, they started implementing things that are specific to Kentucky. And what they don't tell you is that they actually, a lot of times they implement things for Kentucky, obviously, but then the next game, they start implementing a few things that work for the next week as well. And they have some overlap there. They kind of plan it out that way. So not a ton of stuff going on. As Rusty Owen says, no red shirts this year, correct. I think that may change the way that they use some players in certain situations. Guys that would be redshirting, they might use on special teams. And Gus has been really fired up publicly and privately about how his special teams are going to be this year. A lot of times when you think special teams, you think kicker, punter, and they're still technically in a shootout at punter, not kicker. Anders is going to be the guy, but specifically his coverage teams, his return teams, he's very fired up about them, and he's got a lot of dudes. So that can be affected by this no redshirt rule. Some guys that you probably wouldn't want to burn their red shirt, but you think they're athletic enough to help you on special teams, he can use those guys now and not have to worry about it at all. Let's see. What do we want to do? So we are going to talk about basketball tonight. We've got a depth chart that has been vetted. Hopefully we'll talk to Jay Lee about some commits a little bit later. Armani Goodwin had another great game, or a good game on national television the other night. Got some people a little bit fussed because he was wearing LSU gloves. A kid that has been committed to Auburn for, 16 months, something like that. And, honestly, if you guys are asking me, the fact that he's wearing LSU gloves has no effect on, JG, you think you'll still go to Auburn? Yeah, I do. But I understand also why people would be anxious because, George Pickens was committed to Auburn and he wasn't going anywhere, and then he went to Georgia at the very end. So I understand why people are skeptical, and I'm not going to be hating on you guys. I'm not going to tell anybody to take a lap. But if you're asking me, I'm not worried at all. All right, let's take a look at the defensive. No, Zach, not doing it. Who are the guys with COVID, he asks me. We're not getting into that. It's just not something I'm going to get into. All right, so this is the depth chart that we're going with right now. We have made some adjustments to it, and Brian overruled me. Brian is you guys know exactly what Brian is. He is our Ace Team reporter, and when he and I are in disagreement on something like this, we defer to Brian because he is our expert, and we trust Brian more than I trust me. So I flipped. I don't think I represented this very well on this particular graphic, but I flipped. I had Domio, I think, as the number one cornerback, and I have now moved Pritchett up to the number one quarterback. So we believe, as of right now, if they were to take the field against Kentucky tonight, you would have McCreary and Pritchett at the cornerback spots. Now, this is definitely going to be a position where you've got at least 3 guys playing a lot. So, Domio is going to play a good amount. And then will he go 4 deep there? Yeah, it depends on Jalen Simpson and Matthew Hill. Anthony Rudd says, Pritchett? What the heck? Yeah, he loves Nehemiah Pritchett. So that would be what I think. But, it could change. And this is not an official depth chart. This is not something Kevin gave me. This is not something that Gus gave me. This is what we have distilled based on the information we've gotten. Also, a couple changes here at nickel, or a change at nickel. Puckett has played safety. He can play safety. But right now he is spending most of his time at nickel. Kevin would actually call that the star position. But it's really a nickel back. behind Tut. I have spoken before on the show. They are very, very excited about Lord Tennyson, Ladarius Tennyson. And I think his future at the nickel spot is extremely bright. I think he's going to be a guy that plays. I think he starts, 2 seasons, depending on just kind of, if he ends up being like a surefire NFL player in season 3 or whatever. But Christian Tutt is definitely the starter there. And I think at this point, Zion Puckett has slid ahead of Tennyson, which is nothing to do with Tennyson being bad. I think he has been the most impressive freshman in camp at any position, true freshman. But still, Zion Puckett's right there. And also Colby Wooden is now working mostly at defensive end. I'm sorry, and he has been awesome pretty much from the start. So we moved him up. I think I had him as the third team buck before this, and then we moved him over to second team's true defensive end. So, and we also moved Connis out. I think we did that last week. No changes inside. They feel pretty good with their 4 inside at the tackle spots with Truesdell, Newkirk, Butler, and Marquise Burks. Jay Hardy's a guy that I'm fired up about. I know you guys are as well. I don't know how much he'll play right away, but I suspect, that he's going to get some snaps this year. And then Zeke Walker, who can play outside. I mean, I think he signed more as an end, but they feel like he can help them inside as well. It's kind of a two-way dude. And, we'll see what happens with Zeke Walker if he gets a lot of snaps this year. And then Colby Johnson. No, I'm getting Colby Wooden. My bad. Caleb Johnson, playing, over on Buck. And then Romello Height. We'll just have to see what happens with him. I mean, he's just so young. That's the thing. Also, it seems like I don't like the way I had to set up this linebackers board very much. I mean, Papo and Britt are your choices there, no doubt about it. McLean is the third linebacker, no doubt about it. The situation is the fourth linebacker. At this point, it's either Wesley Steiner or Cam Riley. It's those two guys, and it's tough to kind of stack them. I can't really put – they can put Steiner or Cam Riley, but I don't know. It's tough. Cam Riley could play ahead of Steiner. We'll just have to see how it works down. But it seems like those two have moved ahead of OC Brothers a little bit, and then Cameron Brown was a little bit of a project player anyway. We did have 2 Super Chats come through, one from Warwick and one from War Eagle 0008. So I want to give the DJ air horn. Thank you, Ed. Oh, I have the sound effects turned off. Here we go, Ed. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, thank you very much for that. We're going to get to that when we get back to our main screen. So that is the defense. On the offensive side, really the only adjustment, I didn't feel like there were many changes here, but we did move Sean Shivers up to first team tailback. We had him in the third spot before, which was a little misleading because I thought he was really the number 2 guy or the number 1 off-speed back. I mean, I felt like the number 1 was going to be DJ or Tank, and then Shivers would be that second guy. But we're going to go ahead and move up Shivers into the number 1 spot. It seems like he's going to be the first one to get carries, and, that's a starter. That position, they're going to rotate it a lot. And so I think you'll see at minimum 4 guys carry the ball against Kentucky. I still don't know about Harold Joyner. I would like to see him get more opportunities to show what he can do. He is a exceptional pass catcher. And same for Mark Anthony Richards. So I don't know if that's going to play into it. If maybe he can line up as an H maybe, and then be a weapon in the pass game. I feel like there's a spot for Harold Joyner one way or another, but I just don't know exactly where he fits in. If you're looking at it as a traditional totem pole here, he's probably on the bottom. Yeah, she got me one. Thank you. I totally forgot. No, I got one right. Thank you, though. Administrative assistant doing extra work there. Nice job. You shall be rewarded for that, young lady. I don't think we made any other adjustments. It kind of took me by surprise a little bit to see Kalen Newton playing receiver pretty much full away. I would not necessarily expect to see him playing quarterback at all, unless it's like some kind of a trick play or maybe Wildcat, although I think they have other guys at Wildcat they would like. Anthony R says Mark Anthony Richards is the sleeper of that group. He definitely has an interesting skill set. There's no doubt about that. 6'1", you think of him as a utility back, but at 6'1", it's not like he's a little dude. So he's, again, exceptional pass catcher, as is Harold Joyner. Lots of depth at what you would call the tight end spot or the 3 spot. Some of those guys, I think Frazier for sure could play 5, like the big 5 spot. Shanker for sure as well. I don't know. I can't really tell the difference between Luke Deal and Tyler Fromm at this point. I mean, neither one of them's played enough. You guys know how I feel about Brandon Frazier. I think he's going to be an absolute stud if they are committed to, first of all, throwing the football, and second of all, they can get the protection to throw the football, and second of all, that they trust Frazier enough. AU Storm 20 says Mark Anthony Richards is a wheel route specialist. Could be. Could be the Chandler Cox, the Devin Barrett. Cam Martin was that guy for a year, although he dropped the big one at Georgia. It happens sometimes. You think that Gus got a little bit into a rut with his wheel route specialists. It got a little bit predictable. The offensive line, we talked about this last week. I feel really good about the situation at left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. I feel like that's the way it's going to be. Left tackle is still a little bit of a question. Troxell and Alex Jackson are going at it. So, I just don't know how to pick that. If I could put an or and put those guys at the same level, I probably would. B-Matt talked on the rundown last week that he would probably err on the side of Troxell because he's a little more experienced at offensive line. Alex Jackson signed here as a defensive lineman, and it's been kind of a process for him to get used to the other side of the football and learning about eliminating lean, using your hands to punch. It's a different world over there, and you use your body in different ways. But I know this. He has been an absolute star during camp so far, and he is to be commended because the deck was stacked against him in a way. I mean, he was having to really fight through and figure out a way to make a difference at a position that, again, wasn't native to him. And he has fought through it, and he's definitely going to be in the 6th. You talk about offensive line, we got 6 starters. He would be the 6th guy. Or Troxell. Just we'll have to see which one ends up getting the start there. Other than that, I mean, it's pretty well set up. I think we had, let's see, Zach Rogue says, how much do you think Xavion Capers will play? I can say for sure that Capers and Kobe Hudson have been the best freshman wideouts so far. It's tough to say. I mean, Seth's going to play a lot. Eli's going to play a lot. Flash is going to play a lot. And then it's like, okay, what happens after that? And I mean, Shed is going to play a lot. But I bet you Shed plays a little bit less than he did last year. I just have this feeling. He's not an explosive receiver. I thought he was the best blocking receiver they had last year, and I think they're going to accentuate the pass more, so it's kind of like his value, you would think, would drop a little bit. But, I mean, he's a good player. He reminds me of the kid from, I forget his name, Birmingham, came from an Army family. Jalen, can't remember his name, got hurt at LSU several years ago. Similar kind of player there. I think JJ is probably going to be, not getting a lot of chances. He might play on special teams some. Elijah Canyon is super fast. And then Malcolm Johnson is super, super fast. I suspect they're going to figure out some way to get Malcolm Johnson involved somewhere, whether that's kickoff return or that's some kind of a couple plays that they can get him in space. Like maybe there's a certain kind of tunnel against a certain look at a certain mile marker or benchmark on the field where they get him into a bubble situation, because I mean, he is like Flash kind of fast. I mean, he's super fast. So you get him in a lane, and he gone. So that's a look at the offense. We went through the defense. Who's the 5th guy? Are you talking about at wideout? I don't really know who you're talking about there. So, yeah. If you got any questions about that, this is a good time to talk about it. Turn my camera or my mic just a little bit there. All right. What else we got here? I guess we could bounce over to hoops. Yeah, we'll bounce over to hoops. All right, so basketball team, they've been working out for 3 weeks now, maybe 4 weeks now as a full team. And they've been doing some work. Indeed, indeed. And this is our first look at the depth chart for this coming up season. There are some surprises on here. For me, I better put this out on Twitter real quick because there's probably some people that are very interested in knowing about basketball. We had a show a couple weeks ago where we talked about basketball. AU Storm called in and Auburn alumni called in to talk about that, and we got into some doggone it. Somebody else called in. It was P. Beasley called in and also went deep on basketball. So we've gotten some basketball content, but it's a little few and far between. We got the first football game coming up, so I understand why everybody's focused on football. Haven't heard back from Jay Lee just yet. We never know exactly where he might be out and about. All right, taking a look at the basketball depth chart, there are some surprises here. Where you don't have a surprise is at the number one point guard spot, Sharif Cooper, Auburn's five-star signee, the crown jewel of their last class, which is probably the best class they've ever signed. Sharif Cooper, who is, at this point, probably not a dude that, oh, yeah, I need to get a camera up, don't I? Probably not a dude who is a big-time shooter, but a big-time driver and a big-time facilitator and an absolute pain in the ass in the full court for opponents. I will say that. Justin Powell, who is the young man from LaGrange, Kentucky, noted three-point shooter, has been working more at point guard, which surprises me a little bit. I thought of him as a shooting guard, but he's been a good ball handler. Surprisingly good, and I think he's been good in the full court as well. When I would watch highlights of him, he would be like the perfect trailer man in those quick paced games, and he would just bang from three. I think there's more to his game, and I think they like his ball handling. So at this point, if the season started today, Justin Powell would be your backup point guard. Although Terrell Turbo Jones, who I have as the number 2 shooting guard right here, is actually going to play a little bit of a combo situation. So I think he would be a 2 first and foremost, but they also would not be scared to use him at 1 either. So he's a guy who will play both positions. And I think ideally they would like to have him be able to kind of switch in and out the way that Bryce did. Bryce would run the point some, or he was kind of like a point 2, however you want to look at it. And I think they would like to see Turbo do some of that. Turbo was supposed to be a point guard, and I just don't think that he handles his dribbling under pressure is maybe not quite as good as they don't feel like it would be trustworthy out there. So he's going to play a little bit of combo with emphasis on 2, but he will be available at 1. Wes Flanagan at Wes Flanagan. We'll just call him Flanny. I'm sorry, guys. Wes Flanagan is the coach. Flanny's going to be playing shooting guard, which is a little bit weird. He is an outstanding slasher. He gets to the cup like nobody's business, but he's not a great three-point shooter, which is being nice, and he's not a great free throw shooter, which is being nice. I would imagine he spent a lot of time during this offseason working on those parts of his game, because it's going to come in very handy if he's going to play 25 minutes a game with a shooting guard position for a team like Auburn. But he is a fearless man in transition, and he's also a fearless guy just going to the hole, and he's going to be disruptive. There's no doubt about it. And also, he's an extremely fit player who can just run up and down the court almost indefinitely. Devin Cambridge is going to be playing the 3. That is no surprise to anybody. Last year he would have these games where he would score 25 points, and then he would have games where he would score 6. And it was just kind of like, which Cambridge is going to show up today? They're definitely accentuating consistency from him, just to kind of see if they can get a more consistent, 15 points, whatever. 12 to 15 points every game. If they could get that, I think they'd be really happy. He's he has a very high ceiling as a three-point shooter. I mean, you remember when he would go unconscious and he would hit like 6 in a row. It was just ridiculous. There aren't been that many players since Bryce Brown. I mean, Bryce Brown was, you could argue, the greatest three-point shooter in Auburn history. He probably was, right? You probably know that. I mean, Cambridge, there's times he looks better than Bryce. And there's times when he gets cold. He's got to be able to change his game up. But they're confident that he can. And again, he was young last year. And he still was, about half the time he was really, really good. They feel like now, with another year, he can be that way. Jalen Williams at the power forward. The lefty, a guy that I think it seems like people have disparate opinions about him. Some people see a future star who has a lot of offensive potential, a la Chuma Okeke. I don't think he'll ever have Chuma's defensive help, because Chuma can do a lot of things in the post defensively. Jalen, at his best, can bring what Chuma did on the offensive end for sure. I just felt like he was inconsistent, and I also felt like his fitness was not where it should have been for whatever reason. I mean, I'd like to see him a little more fit this coming season. I think they would like to see that. BP puts a lot of pressure on his starting power forward. That's a player that needs to play 30 minutes and needs to do a lot of different things. So Jalen Williams there, and then Stretch Akingbola at forward center, the 5 spot. I don't, that's pretty much set in stone, and I like him. He's very bouncy. What I have seen of him, this is what, obviously we don't go to practice anymore because of COVID, but last year, we were allowed to go to practice and we could watch these guys all the time. Akingbola, to me, I was shocked by how advanced he was on the scoring end. I expected him to be clueless over there, and he's not at all. If I had a concern with him, it's probably the same one I had with Austin, which is, can he stay in the game and not foul? Thanks for the thumbs down, whoever did that. That was mean. We'll be all right. All right, so we said Turbo Jones is the backup at shooting guard. And then Jamal Johnson as a backup at shooting guard. He could also play 3 in a pinch. Jamal, just a good depth player. Sometimes gives you a lot of threes. Another thumbs down. You guys are terrible. Sometimes gives you threes, but more often than not, he just kind of gives you, a couple solid shifts, as long as you're not counting on him to score. But you need to have guys like that on your team. Glue guys. Leaders in the clubhouse. Good dude. Credible dude. Jamal Johnson, guys. Chris Moore at the 3. Yeah, he's a tricky one for me. I mean, he was a good player, obviously, in high school, and he's a guy that I think has a very bright future here. I don't know as though he has the explosiveness to be a difference maker at that position, the way like that Devin does, and the way that Samir, who was not particularly explosive, but he was just kind of like a slinky. He could weave into traffic a little bit. He had like a showmanship side to him. Samir did. When I watch Chris Moore on tape, I see a guy that doesn't have that explosiveness, but has an understanding of positioning and how to get to the hole and a fearless attitude about it. So I mean, he's playable for sure. I just thought he would be like an undersized 4 instead of a 3. But we'll see how that works out. JT Thor, another of their 4, no, is it 5 true freshmen? A great class of true freshmen. JT Thor is like kind of a thin dude, bouncy dude. Has shown the ability to, in high school, had some of the skills you could use at 3. Definitely more of a 4 at this. He's if you look at him, he's a built to order Bruce Pearl power forward, which means he's kind of a do everything guy. He's probably the guy. He and Justin Powell, I'm most excited about seeing him. I know what Sharif can do. I'm not going to be surprised by how great he is. But JT to me is almost like a diamond in the rough, which you wouldn't normally say about a kid who's a top 50 player. But Auburn just kind of got in on him late, and he just was like, hell yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's do it. And so that's pretty cool. And then Javon Franklin at power forward. I don't know what to tell you about him. He was hurt. They signed him when he was injured in JUCO. He had a pretty serious knee injury or leg injury in JUCO. They signed him last year. He was on the team last year, and he just was basically a practice player. I think the idea was that he was coming back from the injury and they would just give him time to heal. He was practicing, but he just, he wasn't ever going to play. And my thought was that he would be a 3, but he is working mostly at 4 at this point. I think he's 6'6", 6'7", has an average body. He's not particularly thin. He's not fat. He's just, just looks like a 3 to me. And there are some great questions coming in here. Joseph B says, who can be the go-to guy to get a bucket? Great question. To me, I look at this roster, and the only options that I know of right now that can do that are Jalen, Devin Cambridge, and Sharif. But there, Flanny's not necessarily a guy I would trust in that role right now. Akingvola, no. Justin Powell might be, but we just don't know yet. Turbo, no. Chris Moore, no, not right now. JT Thor, probably not right now. So it would be Williams, Cambridge, or Cooper. Oh, and yeah, AU Storm, I was going to answer some questions, but Dylan Cardwell as the backup forward center behind Akingbola, kind of a late addition to the class, a very good player, 4-star kid. He is the nephew, I believe, of Rodney Garner. I believe that's what it is. And they were stoked to get him. They're pretty fired up. To me, he's probably a guy that would do best to either, like in a normal world, not play a lot this year and then come back next year and consolidate a lot of progress the way that Anthony did early on in his career, pre-ankle injury. AU Storm 20 says he's pretty fired up about him, and I understand why. He's a good-looking basketball player. I look at this roster, and I just think, I'm not sure. Because I just have this, I love watching Flanagan play, but I wouldn't trust him. Because he just makes too many mistakes, and then to have a shooting guard that's going to shoot, typically who shoots 30 to 40% at the free throw line and isn't a good three-point shooter, it just seems like it's a lot of holes. But I'm not sure there's anybody on this team that puts in more hours than he does at getting better. So, that says something right there. It just looks like a team that's fast. And we all know that if you have a difference maker at point guard, it's like having a quarterback in football, even if you're at Vandy and you've got Jay Cutler, you're in the game. And I think Sharif might be that kind of player. Just don't expect him to be fully realized Jared Harper just yet. That's all I'm saying. I when I'm out and I run into folks who want to talk about basketball and they often bring up Sharif, I just want to caution it. Because he's not a great shooter at this point. He might be in time, but at this point I think he's a slasher and he's an absolute beast in the full court, and I think he's going to be a great controller of the offense. I don't think he's a guy that's going to give you 30. But he might be. I don't know. If he does it, it's going to be a lot of two-point shooting and free throws. My man Justin Owens in the chat. That's my guy right there. Says, what are we drinking tonight? I'm drinking the Old Tub, bro. I know this is a non-sexy pick, but if you know me, you know that I'm not Mr. Super hard-to-find bourbon. I just like tasty bourbon. This has been a good one. For $20, it's great value. It might be my favorite bourbon at $20 price point. It might be. Chris R. says, what is it? Chris R. says shooting guard is a glaring weakness. Yeah, you could say that. Because you want a difference maker there, right? You want somebody that's going to go out there and potentially give you. It's going to go out there and potentially give you, 20. And I don't know that Flanny can do that. I don't know that Turbo Jones can do that. And then Jamal's definitely not going to do that. So, I don't know. Pocket Watch says, wait, so our two guards can't shoot. I don't want to say that Sharif can't shoot. I just don't look at him as like a featured shooter. Now, listen, these guys go in all kinds of different directions. Okay? I think specifically of Mustafa, who was a great high school prospect. He's a McDonald's All-American, but he was known more as a ball handling guard that went to the hole a lot, and he was not a great three-point shooter in high school. When he came to Auburn, he was actually pretty good. Now, I credit him because he was a very hard worker, and I also credit Chuck Person because he was good at getting the most out of his shooters. And I think he was a good fit for Mustafa. So Mustafa is a great example of a kid who wasn't a great shooter as a prospect, but then when he showed up, he got a lot better. I mean, I consider him a pretty reliable three-point shooter, Mustafa. Maybe that's the way Sharif's going to be. Right now, I can tell you Sharif's going to be elite at fast breaks, and then I think he's going to be like a Chris Denson dude that just drives to the hole and creates a lot of problems in there. I mean, there's a lot of value in that. I mean, your three-point shooting is going to be Devin Cambridge, Justin Powell, and Jalen. And Jalen in the way that he can pull the fours that we're going to have to defend him, the big guys that have to defend him, he'll pull them out, hit some threes. Now, he wasn't a great three-point shooter last year, but I believe he's got it in him. I think he's a tremendous three-point shooter. I've seen him in practice, and he heats it up, and I don't mean like by himself. I'm talking about in scrimmages. I think for him it was just kind of adjusting to the college game last year. I think he ended up shooting like 16 or 17% from three, but it wasn't like he was, 16 or 17 out of 100. He was like, 3 out of 11 or something. I don't know. It's a team that's young. I mean, true freshmen, you've got Sharif, Justin Powell, Chris Moore, JT Thor, and Dylan Cardwell. It's definitely a young group. And I don't really know what to make of Javon Franklin at this point. And then Jamal, just kind of a rotation player. But you're starting five, Sharif is a point guard that every team in this conference, including Kentucky, would like to have on their roster. There's no doubt about it. Flanagan's an interesting case. I'm definitely not ready to talk him off at this point. I want to see him. I want to see a full year of him knowing what he needed to work on. I am 100% sure he was working what he needed to work on, and see what comes up. Cambridge, if he gets things where he's consistent, it's going to be awesome. He's going to be a tremendous player. I think he has NBA potential. Jalen is just a matter of, is he going to put his head down and work really hard? I'm not saying he's lazy. I just feel like he needs to get a little fitter, and I think he needs to get less spacey on the court. I know he's got it in him. And then Akingbola, the way Trooper Taylor used to always say, I never want to have to tell my guys, I never want to kick them in the butt to get them going. I always want to have kids that I have to slow down. That's what you're getting in Akingbola. He's definitely an active player. So it's a good team. It's just going to be a matter of can they get the most out of a few players. And I think shooting guard is really the spot where you look at it and wonder, can they get it? AU Storm says Flanny showed some incredible stuff the last couple of games. This is just me talking. I mean, and Jay Lee's with me on this. He's a guy I would have taken a gamble on. I mean, obviously his dad coaches at Auburn, so I mean it's a no-brainer. But even if his name was Scott or Tate or someone like that, God, I wish he wasn't a Tate, but you know what I mean. I would have taken a bad gamble on him. He played at a small school in Arkansas. He played for a great head coach, an all-timer, his granddad, who's definitely he's either in or will be in the Arkansas Hall of Fame. And he just went off all the time. I mean, we're talking about a kid that scored 35 a game in the state tournament that he won. He's worth the risk, and he will fight to the last possible second. I mean, to me, he's got like the Javon Franklin. God, the names get away from me when I'm looking at so many. The point guard last year, Javon McCormick. Javon McCormick was a favorite of mine because he fought every single minute. Every single minute he was out there. It was life or death for him. And that tells, usually guys like that, you get the most out of them. And that's what Flanagan's like. Let's see, Jalen M says, Bruce Pearl said himself he would develop Stretch's shot just like he did AMAC. I bet we see Chris at power forward more than small forward. Thor will be a starter around midseason. I would not rule it out. I would like to see Stretch hitting threes. I mean, I don't know. I'm skeptical, but if you had told me 3 years ago that Anthony McLemore would have been a three-point shooter, I would have laughed in your face. He had that little, he developed that little quick wrist flick shot, and hell, it worked for a while, I know there's a bunch of comments here I have not picked up on. Willie Boy uses Flanny's strength or his D, and he will be nasty in transition half court, though not so much. Yeah, half court, he's not a great offensive player. He's a very active defender. I thought he got himself into foul trouble, just silly stuff last year. Those are things you can clean up pretty easily. Free throw shooting, I don't know how easily that is to clean up, and I don't know how well three-point shooting is to clean up, but we'll see. Let's see, A.U. Taxman says, does Cooper play elite D? He plays good D. I don't know about elite. We'll have to see. That was Mustafa's reputation coming in, was, a hustler and a great defensive player, and I always thought his defense was good, but his offense was better than I expected. And, maybe I just don't want to put too much on Sharif. That's all. I just don't want you guys out there putting the Superman cape on him thinking he's going to come in and be John Wall, because I don't think he's John Wall. Daniel L. says, I think it's too late to overhaul Cambridge's shot. I agree. But when he's hot, he's very hot. Yes, he has a very unorthodox shooting motion. It reminds me of Clyde Drexler, who, by the way, is in the Hall of Fame. Clyde Drexler always had his legs kind of spread when he shot, and they were at an odd angle. But the dude was money. And Cambridge was money, really, the second half of the season more often than he wasn't. But you're right. It's not the prettiest shot. It's definitely not one you would put in a textbook, Pocket Watch says, if Flanny's name was Tate, he'd be Legacy Cornbread Mafia. All right, let's get back. We got some super chats. I don't feel comfortable blowing off these super chats, even though they come through, and I'm doing some other stuff, and I do not want to forget this, because this is just incredible on you guys. You guys are incredibly generous with these. Brad E. jumps in with one right here. Get over here. He says, for Brian Matthews to buy a funnel cake and the double wide. Yeah, we got our Auburn kind of unveiled its credentialing protocols for this season, and they're not great. It sounds like they're going to have room for not very many reporters in the press box this year, and we're going to have to basically fight, not physically, but I think there's going to be a lottery for spots in there outside of the basic ones you get. I'm sure Brian will be in there. We would like to have young Nate King in there, but I don't know if we'll be able to get two. Everybody's wanting wanted to get a bunch of people in there back in the day. But Brian will definitely be there, and I would love Brad to be able to provide him with a funnel cake, because, he loves funnel cakes. We've got 9 machines in there, JG. Yeah, Jay, it's great, man. Have you fixed all the other problems with the stadium? Namely, the fact that cell phones don't work in there. Also, a super chat coming through from Warwick. Lap dance at Commotion for Jay Lee. Ooh, he loves lap dances now. Thank you very much for that, Warwick. Actually, I brought you up in a thread the other day, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I was about to and I didn't for some reason. It was probably for the better. I was probably going to say something inappropriate. War Eagle 0008 says, thanks for the show. Love the hoops conversation. We'll have to run, but keep doing what you do. I hope you got to see this, War Eagle. Thank you very much for your support, brother. I know you've been here a bunch lately, and it's appreciated, sir. And there's another super chat I missed. I know I did. Yes, the man, tax man, in the hizzle. Says Nanner Pudding is gross and Jack Daniels is bourbon. Debatable. But I always defer to you when it comes to bourbon questions. But I just don't want to drink Tennessee swill. That's all. A.U. Taxman made a flippant comment in the thread earlier about how he likes that Tennessee bourbon like Jack Daniels, and I was just like, no. Although, to be fair, that's just a rule for me. You guys don't have to follow my rules. You guys can make your own. To follow up on a conversation we had last week about we need to get a bourbon guide together because we have a lot of folks who would like to drink bourbon and just don't know enough about it. I did confer with a blue ribbon panel of bunker bourbon enthusiasts, which would include A.U. Taxman, Masters, Archie, There was one more. Who else would it have been, Taxman? And then you guys had suggested that we get High Cotton on there as well, which I hadn't communicated with him yet, but was planning to. F and Tiger. So it's Archie, AU Masters, AU Taxman, and F and Tiger so far, and I think we're going to get High Cotton on there too. So we've been talking a little bit about how we want to present that and, the way we want to kind of work our way through that. I think we're going to do it by levels. We'll start with just the terminology, and then we're going to talk, cheaper ones, and then middle ones, and then maybe more expensive ones that folks can take a look at and understand what they're looking for. What happens a lot of times is people will show up in a store, and they'll send me a direct message and say, dude, I'm in the ABC at blank. What should I be looking for, And it's hard to say. I mean, God knows what. Sometimes those allocation trucks come in and they've got all kinds of weird stuff, and it's hard to know right away. I wouldn't even know that. Q Giddings, the correct answer is bourbon is Kentucky and Kentucky only. Thank you, Q Giddings. You're correct. Man says, but are you good? Oh, my goodness. Auburn intern guy, a.k.a. B-Matt, thanks for cutting up J-Head's call from last week and posting on the bunker. What? Auburn intern guy. I did that, bro. We needed to have it, though. J-Head's incredible. Again, you get a 30-minute call from J-Head, which is insane. That's actually an hour and 30 minutes worth of content because it's just so thick. He has so much to say. I want you guys to know that I am so fired up that we're going to have football in a week. And it's going to be Kentucky, no less. Old Hickory Tiger jumps in with a super chat. Thank you, sir. Oh, air horn. There you go, Ed D. You don't even have to get on me about that one. $1 on the auburnsports.com crew in a brawl amongst reporters for a spot in the double wide. Well, let's see. I don't know. There's not a lot of fighters in that group. I mean, B-Matt's not really a fighter. Young Nate's probably not a fighter. Jay Lee would scrap, but he's probably not going to be there. You've got Mark, who probably talks a big game, but he's a little old. Jason's not a fighter. Phillip's not a fighter. Keith might scrap. He would probably lose interest quickly, though. I don't know. Tom Green, maybe if he was pushed, and he might have that good angle because he's kind of short, maybe he'd come up on the jaw a little bit. I've played basketball with Gianna, and I know that she's pretty physical. She's not scared of some contact, so I really wouldn't want to fight with her, although she was on my team when we were playing basketball. And I'll tell you a funny story about that. It was me and Gianna against Young Nate and Brian in 2-on-2. And, Gianna played basketball in high school, so she's pretty good. And so she crosses over Nate. She's going to the hole, and then Brian rolls away from me, and he goes and swats the ball, 2 or 3 rows up into the stands and, gets all, roided up, and it's just dude, nobody's playing for a contract here. He didn't knock Gianna. I think he might have bumped into her, but it wasn't he slammed on her head or anything. He wasn't being inappropriate or anything. It's just he gets a little bit into it, B-Matt. I thought Gianna was a good player, though. So then that's the AL.com crew, and then who else you got? Josh Vitale from Montgomery. Yeah, he seems like more of a golfer. Justin Lee from the OA News. Not real worried about him. Jeff Shearer is not going to want to fight anybody. Maybe Wetzel. I mean, Wetzel's probably the toughest dude, but he seems like a guy who really wouldn't even want to fight unless he had to. So I don't know, man. I mean, if Jay Lee's up there, it seems like he would be the alpha dog. I don't know, maybe Christian and Jake from the Plainsmen. I don't know if they might be able to sneak in there. Christian might be able to sneak in there and knock someone out. Canoe Man says, by roided up, do you mean doubled over sucking air? It was early. It was definitely early. Duluth Tiger says, who is going to spot for Phillip? That is usually, before last year, because last year I was here on the brain drain after games, or during games, rather. The year before, I would spot for Phillip because he would sit next to me. And I love it. I mean, Phillip's a real good friend of mine, and I love the guy, so I didn't mind. But Phillip's not going to be going to games this year, I don't think. I imagine he's going to stay at home. He's been very, very cautious with the COVID, being out there. He doesn't want it. He's an older fella, and he doesn't want anything to do with COVID. So he and his wife have basically been, I don't want to say shut-ins, but shut-ins. He and Teresa, he's got a great wife, very, very cool lady. And I went over to visit him in June and just spent like a couple hours there with my mask on and hanging out. I just miss hanging out with Philip. Jason called me a couple times last week. I just miss hanging out with Jason and Philip and those guys. I mean, they're just like friends of ours, And, we compete to get scoops and whatnot. But at the end of the day, man, I love Jason Caldwell. I love Philip, and I miss hanging out with them. So I really like to have this COVID get over with ASAFP so we can go back to hanging out and working together. It'd be fun. Pocket Watch says Josh Vowell. It doesn't matter. Nor do any of those guys you mentioned after Mark, Jason, Keith. Hey, well, I don't want to rag on anybody on the beat, but Justin Lee, man. There's been a lot of really good reporters come through the OA News. It's a tough job because you have to do a lot. You have to do Auburn. You have to do some high school stuff. And Justin's case, he's got to do layout. They put a lot on his plate at the OA News, and I think he does a good job. And Lord knows I know the BS that Josh Vitale has to deal with the Montgomery Advertiser. Good golly, Miss Molly. AU Storm says ASAFP. That's exactly right. Yeah, I dropped that earlier. I was hoping somebody would pick up on that. That's like a movie reference, but I don't remember which movie it is. This old tub's good, man. When I bought it, I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's worth a shot at 20, right? It's pretty good. Powerman says Figgy Poo, who we like a lot, interned with Jason throughout his time at Auburn. I did not know that. It took him a long time to leave that site to come to the bunker. Well, I mean, look, guys. I mean, if we're being real about it, I think most of us can afford both sites, right? Because I'm never going to sit here and shit on Jason and Philip. They do a good job, man. I think we do a good job, too. I mean, it's just two sites, two guys. More guys. Jason, Philip, me, Mark. Mark's been here a lot longer than I have. Philip's been here longer than I have. Although Philip's tricky because he covered both Auburn and Alabama for a long time, too. So he's only been a true Auburn reporter about as long as I have. But respect nonetheless. He's been writing sports in this state for a long time, and his dad, he had to really fight through because his dad's probably the greatest reporter in this state's history, Benny Marshall. And to follow in his footsteps, I mean, there's essentially no way that Philip could have ever been as good as his dad because his dad's the best that there ever was in this state. And I think Philip's an outstanding reporter, and he's done a great job. And it's more than just liking the guy and just like really liking him on a personal level. He's a good writer. Like I learned stuff from reading him because he is so good about not like he doesn't go. One of the temptations when you're a young reporter is you write these long ass sentences and you try to put too much shit into a sentence, and it ends up being 40 words. It's stupid. Break it up. Declarative sentences. Get to the point. Philip is really good at that. He's probably the best at that. Super chat coming through from Tyler F. One of our friends from the Rebel Groves world. Just jumping on to say thank you for helping Neil and Chance, the Yapper, set up the new system. Enjoyed tonight's show. Hotty toddy. Hey, man, Tyler, thank you for watching their show, bro, and coming over here and supporting us as well. Neil has had such an incredibly awesome attitude, positive attitude about what they've been doing over there. Not to say that Chance hasn't. I'm just saying Neil's kind of taking the front end of that, probably because I've been doing this here with you guys, and you guys have made a lot of this possible, no shit. And since I know him so well, he's always been like, hey, man, can you just kind of show me this and that? And it's my pleasure. It really is. Rebel Grove, you guys know, I go over there. I post some. I love you guys. Would have definitely sent my daughter there to Ole Miss. And, I mean, my feelings about the folks over there are just universally awesome. So I love helping to make the site a little bit better. And thing is, Neil's going to be really good at this in like a month. He's got what it takes. And not that you care, Tyler, but I've been working with Gabe over at the Missouri site too, and they're going to be doing a full show starting this week, I think. So I'm really fired up for both of them. But thank you very much, bro. Canoe Man says, P. Marsh is a good writer. Absolutely. Really, really good. Pocket Watch says, Philip is a Alabama alum. That That is true. He went to Alabama, long time ago. Yeah, P. Marsh. I don't know if you guys would ever even pay attention to that, because if you're just reading stories, you probably aren't paying close attention. The way that I go into a bank or whatever, if you guys are bankers, I'm not paying as close attention to this rate or that rate, and it's stuff that you guys obsess over every single day, et cetera, et cetera. But for people like me, well, I haven't written a lot lately, but I'm kind of a writer by trade. You really pay close attention to the style somebody has when they're writing. And Philip is so good at declarative sentences and not getting too ambitious with each sentence. He can tell a story. Nobody's paying him by the sentence; they're paying him by the story. And so he doesn't mind breaking up thoughts into sentences, and it's a great lesson for young writers. I wish I had been around P. Marsh when I was really young, because it would have helped me. It would have shaved off like 2 years of development for me instead of having to figure that out myself. An update score, Ed D says Miami is now ahead by 14 over University of Louisville, which I'm excited about because I don't like Louisville. Although I'm kind of caught on this one because Malik Cunningham is the starting quarterback at Louisville, or at least he was, probably is. And he is from my local high school here where I live in Hampstead in Montgomery, Alabama. And he went to Park Crossing, which is just maybe half a mile behind my house. So, I mean, I like to see kids from my area do well. But I hate me some Louisville Cardinals. There's no doubt about that. Let's see. Philip Marshall's children, or at least one, went to Auburn. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know his kids personally. I know. I've met Jonathan. I don't think he went to Auburn. And then Ben, I don't know if he went to Auburn or not. He's like a scientist. And the last place I know he was at was Rice, in Houston. But that dude's like, one of the smartest people I've ever come across. And then his daughter, Chrissy, I just don't know. I don't know where she went to school. I mean, Philip, he's written about 50,000 stories about Auburn. So, I mean, at some point you got to say, the guy's, let's see. A-Storm 20 says he's pulling for Auburn's future head coach, Rhett Lashley. Rhett gets shit on a lot on the bunker. Let's see. Pocket Watch says that Ben is an engineer. He is. And later got a PhD from Rice. Also true. Philip's kids have done well, man. I mean, Chrissy has, she does this kind of stuff that her mom does where she, reclaims furniture and stuff like that. He showed me some of the stuff that she's put together. It's insanely nice. In fact, when I go over to Philip's house, his wife usually has stuff in their garage that, I don't know if it's getting ready to be refurbished or whatever, but it always looks really cool. It's kind of a picker, a little bit of a picker. Says, this is my first. I hope that's a reference to Auburn's season that's coming up, 10-0. This is my first semester as an Auburn student. What a fantastic first experience. LOL, I get to go inside the school once a week. Hey, my daughter's a first-year student at South, and it's the same thing. I think she's had 3 total classes in person in almost a month, I think. School started for them about a month ago. She's still having the time of her life, though. She got in the sorority she wanted, and they've all been hanging out, and she's been kicking it. And I'd say she's given her experience a 10 out of 10 so far, but definitely from an academic perspective, it stinks. I mean, most of the classes that she's been doing they're like pre-taped and stuff. It's just, And Knotted Shorts had a post on the bunker the other day about how ingenuine he felt like the whole process was, where they get you on, they kept saying it was going to be in-person classes, and then as soon as they get you on campus and get you paid, then they're like, oh, we're going to mostly online. Sorry, guys. And it seems like that was the plan all along, right? It's almost kind of a hoodoo deal, trying to trick you, get you in and then cut you off, Once you've paid them the money, then they're like, oh, sorry, But anyway, my theory about it is you just kind of roll with it, do the best you can. I know 10-0. I know that 10-0, that's what you're doing, and that's why you're a beast, and that's what she's doing, and that's why she's a beast. And you guys, the kids that are your age, are doing an incredible job adapting to it. And don't listen to people my age and older who bitch at you. You guys are dealing with incredibly unusual things that are going on in a time of your life when you should be at your very, very best, and you're making the best out of it, and I don't begrudge any of you guys. Period. End of story. That's how I feel about it. AU Storm says, I was talking earlier about the Rhett thing. I really like Rhett Lashley, so Um, I'm pulling for him big time at Miami. He's a good dude, and some people want to say, that's Gus's little guy or whatever. Like, I mean, yeah, he played for Gus, and Gus gave him important, good jobs. I mean, what? There's nothing wrong with that. He's since broken away, and he's earned his way up. He did a good job at SMU, and he got hired at Miami, and now he's the offensive coordinator at Miami, and he's been doing a good job there. I'm happy for him. I hope he gets to be a head coach. I think he's a good dude. I think he's a good coach. There's so many people in the bunker that are just like, I hate Gus or whatever, and, I understand the frustration. I'm not ragging on you for that. I'm just saying, don't let your disdain for Gus mean that you hate Rhett. And Rhett was here at a time when Gus was, I'm drinking the old tub, when Gus was really at his micromanaging best, right? Got to send out a text here real quick. Let's see. 10-0 was my nickname when I was little, but maybe it's just destiny, First semester as a student in only 10 games, maybe. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. For me and you, bro. Let's see. A-Storm 20 still talking about Rhett. Says he's a solid guy, and he's showing how good he is at Miami this year with good players. Yeah, they do have players. And he's good, man. I mean, I don't know what the limit is for him. He's a sharp dude, though. And some people will say, Gus this and Gus that. I don't know. Man, Ed D. Bro. Ed D's, come on, man. You're usually one of our best ones. He says, if Gus is out this year, do you think he's sick? I mean, I don't know why he would be out this year. Who steps in? I mean, unless Gus gets into a car accident and could no longer function, there is no chance he's going to be out this year. He could lose 8 games this year and not get fired. He's not going to lose 8 games. I'm just saying he could. There's just no way he's going to get fired. AU Storm 20 said, now this is a better question right here. Who is the backup coach in case there's a Norvell situation here? The answer to that question is, I don't know. I would have said Kevin Steele, but the fact that Chad is here now, that adds a little bit of a confusion on that one. I still think it would be Kevin, though. I think it would be Kevin. But I mean, I'm sure he would, since he has worked, he knows Chad pretty good. I mean, those guys aren't just dudes that work together. They have worked together before. They've kept up with each other through the years. So those are 2 guys that I think Kevin would be the coach, but I think that Chad he'd be able to do what he needed to do. Okay, so you guys are making it clear it was about a COVID situation. Okay, I was just like, Gus ain't getting fired, guys. But now I understand what you're saying, so if Norvell. Although I bet you they find a way for Norvell to coach next week, right? They're not playing this weekend, but next weekend. And even though he might be in quarantine, they'll figure out something. They'll put him in like a freaking double wide or something. I don't know. See, Alpha Tiger, a guy that we trust, who usually has some good ideas about things, says Rhett seems like a douche. Saw him when he was still our offensive coordinator at Jersey Mike's in Tiger Town. Here we go. Literally had a look on his face of, please God, nobody try to talk to me. Maybe he was having a bad day, man. Maybe he was grumpy. Maybe his wife pissed him off. Maybe his kids wouldn't shut up. Maybe Gus was micromanaging him. Who knows, man? He's not morally obligated to be super nice every single minute of his life. And Lord knows he's given me hell sometimes too, but he's a good dude. I'm sure of it. Oh, BMAT, I texted BMAT in because I wasn't 100% sure on this one because I've kind of been doing other stuff today. But they did not scrimmage today. They did a regular practice and they were doing some good on good, but no scrimmage today, nothing injured in here. Nothing like that. And then Pocket Watch says Gus ain't getting fired because we poor. I mean, to be fair, there's some truth to that, AU Storm 20 says he knows Rhett personally as well. He's not that kind of guy. I used to work out with him when he was at Auburn. The thing I liked about Rhett was he was pretty much the same dude every time we interacted with him. Like, he was pretty cool. And if I asked a dumb question, which, hey, man, everybody's got dumb questions sometimes, he didn't douche you out. He would be like, hey, man, let me explain this to you. It's appreciated. Man, we got a bunch of text coming in here. Are you good? I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? It was great telling Jeffrey Lee that story the other day. He had never heard it. He thought that was like, he'd heard us talking about it on the brain drain, but he just figured it was like some, it was just kind of like something I was saying to kind of mock Jay. But I was like, no, he actually did that shit. Like, he actually just lied to our face about the softball situation and then walked away in the middle of the interview and said, I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? And he was like, he really did that? I was like, yes, he did. Ed D says, how many fans are allowed in next Saturday? Let's see. I'd say about 13,000, something like that. Mostly students. I would expect that to be probably 10,000 students. And then maybe 3,000 others. I think it's basically people in the boxes and the people in the, what I know is the Beckwith Club. I don't know if they call it something else now. Those folks. And there's still some restrictions put on them in the suites as well, so it's not all fun and games for them either. Brian C. says, where's Rux? I don't know the answer to that. I wish we had Rux. Rux had a... Well, Kuniman says, asking about Jay Lee. Jay Lee's not a beat guy, so... And it was softball season. I don't know if Jeffrey Lee even hears softball stories, I mean, it's just not something that, like, he'd be listening for or whatever. So, I mean, that's the short answer on that one. But it was a classic moment for me and Bremat, too. Old Hickory Tiger says, was the cancellation of the scrimmage today COVID related? Well, I mean, they really weren't scrimmaging today. They were going to do like 3s and 4s scrimmage today. So, I do think they have a shortage on the offensive line. I do believe that at the moment, but that may have been part of it. At this point, it wasn't going to be one of those scrimmages where it was like, we really need some shit, we got to figure it out. They've already got that figured out. It was more like, these younger guys, who can we move in or whatever? Who can maybe play some special teams or whatever? AU Storm 20 says they are making the process for students to get into the game unbelievably difficult. Canoe Man theorizes it's going to be about 17.5 total. Sure. I knew it was in the teens. I mean, I haven't gotten an exact number. It's the 200K. Now, I don't know. That didn't come from me now. Pocket Watch saying about the 200K people getting in. But I know for a fact, Canoe Man, that as far as the policy goes, they left it wide open to adjust it as the season goes on. And I think they're doing that because they didn't know, first of all, how long this is going to go, if week 3 would still be okay, if week 7 would still be okay. Right now it's very student heavy, but they're going to be doing this game by game. So they may change. I mean, if they only get 8,000 students in there, which I can't imagine that's going to be the case, but if there was some kind of a reason that they didn't fill it up or whatever, or fill up what they could, maybe they would change it up or whatever. I think it's week by week. Old Hickory Tiger says no word on games beyond Kentucky at this time. That is exactly what I believe is going on. Let's see. AU Storm 20 says that the students who want to go to the game have to download an app, go through these steps, claim the ticket, all, etc., blah, blah, blah. You have to watch a 10-minute video on how to do it. Ay. Pocket Watch says AD should say every student could get in. IDs will be checked. If you can come to the game and share, you get a tuition discount. You can't let every student in. Auburn's got a shitload of kids at school, man. There's no way. They'd go way over their allotment. You guys are getting bothered by Tyler, huh? We can do that. J.S. Lowry in the house. We love J.S. Lowry. We've all been thinking about him for a little while. Glad to see you in the show, brother. And I love your attitude, by the way. I think everybody's fired up about it. Not fired up about your situation, fired up about the attitude you've had about it. It's definitely, you got your head on straight. Straighter than I would be in that situation. No doubt about it. All right, I want to get Beam Out on. A lot of times we call BMAT late because he goes to sleep or he's winded. But we can get him on now. Turn it down.
Hello.
What's up, BMAT?
I'm just hanging out watching the Braves.
The Bravos?
Yep.
How are they doing?
Well, they're losing 3-1, but they're trying to rally here. 2 runners on, no outs in the 7th, so, this could be their inning.
At least they tried, man.
That's right. First place, East.
What's been going on with you, brother?
Not bad. Been fairly busy today. I finished mowing the lawn, ran some errands, did some walking. That's about it. Did some writing.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
I know we were working on we were going to do some depth charts. Is that something we're going to want to do for tomorrow?
I guess so. Gus has actually said he was going to have a depth chart for us Tuesday, so that was kind of a surprise to me. So yeah, I think we should put out our best guess is for tomorrow and Monday maybe or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. There's no doubt about it. And you gave me some tips.
We got a pretty good idea.
Yeah, you gave me some tips today. I made a bunch of adjustments to our defense. I want to talk through a few of these.
Okay.
Your gut feeling at this point, anyway, is that Nehemiah is going to get that starting job over Domio. I know a bunch of guys are going to play, but the first group, you think it'll be Pritchett, right?
That's just my guess, and that's just from talking to some players and a few people here and there. That's a position where Kevin said, I guess it was last week, that 5 guys are competing for that one spot. So, that was a pretty intense competition. But I thought the most important thing from that was him saying that he feels good about all 5 of the guys, which tells me, and Kevin's not one to say something like that if he doesn't mean it. Other coaches are, and that's just the way they are. They like to say nice things about everybody. But
yeah.
I don't think Kevin's necessarily that dude. So when he tells me that tells me the area of the team that I thought was maybe the weakest is going to be stronger than I thought, and that's that cornerback position. I think they have the depth now where they can hang in there with some of these really good passing teams with these NFL receivers that we're going to see.
Who do you think? It'll be Domio probably as the third guy, and do you think Jalen Simpson or Matthew Hill is like the fourth guy?
Yeah, something like that. And you've also got was it Derek Barnett? Is that right?
Devin
in there too.
Yeah, Devin's in there as well.
Devin Barnett. Yeah. So I'm not sure how that's all going to. Devin Barrett. I'm sorry when I say Barnett. I'm not sure how that's going to fold out as far as 2, 3, 4, and I'm sure they're going to slide some people around, the different spots, and I don't know who the dime's going to be, but I just have a sneaky feeling it's going to be Nehemiah Pritchett as a starter, which is exciting because you look at Roger McCreary, he was sort of an underrated recruit out of Mobile, and Nehemiah Pritchett was also a little underrated coming up out of high school too. I think he's from Jackson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I love to see that this Auburn coaching staff, which doesn't surprise me, is able to go out and find guys who turn out to be really good players who aren't necessarily 4 and 5 star prospects.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Colby Wooden as well, a player that we both, he redshirted last year, but we know he's a good football player. He's looking like a second team choice at that defensive end spot behind Big Cat. What are your expectations for him this year?
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't completely rule out Colby or maybe Jaron Handy moving up to the first team,
Wow.
I mean, I know Big Cat's been here. He's played a lot. He started. He's paid his dues, and he's a pretty solid player. But I think, those 2 guys, especially Colby, the preseason he's had, I think they've got some real talent, NFL-type potential. So, I think we're going to see a lot of those guys. I think defensive end might be one of the deepest positions on the team. I mean, you had Zycavius Walker slotted at D tackle, but of course he played DN too. They've got who else? They got one other player there. I know.
You talking about Daniel Foster Allen, Romello Height,
Yep.
Colby Johnson.
I think Height's going to be a butt, but he's been a little banged up, so he's probably, if there's a guy that's going to redshirt, although you don't really have, I guess you don't necessarily have redshirts this year, but he's one guy I think is probably not going to play a whole lot unless he can get healthy and shows some stuff that maybe we haven't seen yet.
Who was that again?
Romello Height,
Romello Height,
the freshman buck.
Yeah, we haven't heard as much about him lately. And then Caleb Johnson's a guy who, he might get some snaps here and there too.
Yeah, you never know. I think I'm still unsure about that butt position. We'll see on that. That I have to look at that now. It's probably the biggest question mark on defense now that it looks like cornerback and the secondary has been taken care of pretty well.
At linebacker, you've got Papo and Britt, obviously two really good players that are the first-team guys. McLean, Zacoby's probably going to be the third guy. There's a race there for the fourth linebacker, though, between Cam Riley and Wesley Steiner. Is that kind of the way you see it?
It is, and that's interesting to me. I'm not surprised that Wesley Steiner's having a good camp. I thought he was a really good player coming to high school, and I thought Cam Riley was one of those guys that has a ton of a potential. But, we saw him at Voodoo this summer. We were all there, I think, doing a podcast.
Yeah.
He showed up with his family. And, I saw him, and I'm like, okay, he's a tall kid. You can see the length on him, but he's going to have to fill out. There's no way he's playing this fall, but here he is. He's had a great camp, and he's going to play either as that fourth or fifth linebacker, probably playing on special teams too. And what that tells me about him is he's got some toughness about him because he didn't put on 25 pounds over the last 2 or 3 months. So he's a little undersized right now. They got him listed at 6'4", 209. So, obviously at 6'4", you playing linebacker, you want him to be 230, 235 eventually, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
He's going to get a lot bigger, but that tells me that if he's going to play right away for T. Will and for Kevin Steele, that he's a one tough young man. So I'm excited to see him.
Love the Cats just put a super chat through that says, "What's up with the mouth breather on the horn?" How about that, B-Matt? Got you on that one, big boy. How about on the offensive side of the football, B-Matt? There aren't a lot of changes here, but like we talked about on the rundown the other day, it seems like Sean Shivers is probably the number one choice at tailback, so I went ahead and moved him up into that spot.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's had a good camp. I think he's a good fit in the offense and what Chad Morris wants to do, but I also think that Gus has always put an emphasis on experience. And, I think all those factors are probably helping him be the starter, and would not be surprised to see DJ Williams be the second guy, in the rotation to start out against Kentucky. But I do think at some point this season that either or both of Tank Bisbee and Mark Anthony Richards are going to be a big part of this offense, and maybe starting or maybe do the most carries. We'll see. But, maybe just not right away. Maybe sort of ease them in and let them sort of compete as the season goes on, too.
How about Joyner? I mean, we know he's a guy who can catch the football. We know he's a big dude. When he had opportunities last year, he made the most of them. But, does he just kind of in a logjam here?
Yeah, every time he's brought up, somebody says, well, he's, he can catch the ball in the backfield or he's got a role, something like that. It's never about him being in contention to be a starter or the backup or anything like that. So it just sounds like to me like right now he's just a guy that is going to fill out that role of being a pass catcher on third down or something. And, you don't know how often he'll be in that role on the field, actually, but it doesn't sound like he's really going to be a big part of the rotation, at least to start the season.
Interesting situation. And then, I still don't know what to make of the situation behind the number one wideouts. I mean, Seth, Eli, Schwartz, we feel really good about them. But the second group guys, Shedrick, you got to think will be in there just because, he's a good, solid all-around football player. Kobe Hudson's had a good camp. Xavion's had a good camp. Javarius Johnson's a good player.
The next three, yeah. Have not heard Javarius Johnson's name mentioned yet. Maybe that's because we haven't asked about him. That could be part of it,
Yeah.
Just because Gus says something great about this player, it could be because somebody asked him about that player, and he's always going to say something positive about a player no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think those three that you mentioned are going to be the next three, and that gives Auburn 6. Then you add the tight ends in there. You add the running backs catching more passes.
Yeah.
That's a lot of opportunities now. I don't think Auburn's going to have to reach much farther down that wide receiver depth chart to find guys who are going to catch more than 10 or so passes this season. I think there'll be some other guys that fill in. Kalen Newton's a guy to keep an eye on. Maybe he has a role here or there, and maybe one of the other freshmen or Javarius Johnson can step up.
Yeah, Kalen Newton is an interesting one. We hear about him a lot, and it's always just kind of like, man, that kid's competing, man. He fights hard, and it's not that he's made these incredible catches or run away from everybody. It's just that he's playing really hard. But it just sounds like a guy like a Cody Burns that could sneak up on you and be a pretty good player,
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting because, of course, he's going to get asked about him a lot. So he has talked about him sort of to players. So we've got a lot of positive reports on Kalen Newton, and maybe he is going to be a part of this rotation. Maybe he is going to catch passes and be somewhat of a part of this offense. But then again, maybe he's just going to be a guy that comes in, in situations when the game's, not really on the line anymore. Right? It's just hard to know exactly once you get down, into the third on the fourth or depth chart or wherever it's going to be. So I'm still curious to see how he fits in. But everything we've been told has been really positive about how he's performed in camp.
We've also been talking a little bit of hoops depth chart earlier. I haven't shown you this graphic, so I don't want to throw it over your head too much. But, I mean, you know basketball pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Sharif at point guard, Flanagan at shooting guard, Cambridge, Jalen Williams, and Stretch at forward center. Your thoughts just in general kind of on, what this team can do, what the ceiling is for this team?
Well, that's probably the starting five that I would pick to start out, although the freshman kid, the big forward they signed.
JT?
Yeah. I think he's got a chance to play a lot and maybe even start. The question is, I'm not sure he can beat out Jalen Williams, for that fourth spot. Maybe he can. So do you play Thor at the small forward at one of the wings? Or maybe just play two fours, instead of having a 4 and a 5, maybe playing him at the 5 or calling in another 4, whatever you want to do. But, I think JT Thor is going to play a good bit this season and be a big part of the rotation.
And Chris Moore is another guy that I think might be able to sneak in there and play a little bit this year. He's going to start off as a wing, but to me, Brian, he's almost more of a power forward, even though he doesn't have a power forward body. It just seems like his game fits better there. I don't know what to make of him yet.
Well, I think he's going to be a really good rebounder. I think he's going to be a guy that does a lot of those things that maybe don't always show at the stat sheet, or at least the stat sheet that we, normally look at. Now you've got all these advanced stats now. You can show up more than that. But I think he's just going to be one of those guys to start out with. And then as he becomes more confident, as he gains experience, if he can, become a three-point shooter, a guy who's, dangerous from the outside, then I think you're going to see a guy that, as his career progresses, I think you're a guy who used to get better and better every year and become a really good player for Auburn by year 2, 3, and 4.
It sounds like right now they're going to try to use Turbo as like a shooting guard that can play some point, and it sounds like Justin Powell is playing point guard right now, mostly behind Sharif. So that's a really good 1-2 at the point spot, assuming that Justin Powell can kind of run it. I think he can. Great shooter. But him and Sharif, that's a nice little group there. They're young, but, I mean, they've got a lot of upside.
They do. And, Powell's another guy I'm excited to see because he was so banged up. There's a lot not known about him, but when you look at this Auburn team, one thing I thought they were lacking last year was that three-point shooter. They missed the Bryces and the Jared Harpers, and if they can get a guy back there they can depend on that's more consistent, and as a guy that other teams have to really be worried about, I think that would be big for this team because I think they have a lot of the other pieces you want. They're going to be really athletic. They're going to play really good defense. They're going to get a lot of transition buckets and turnovers, and I think they've got some nice size to rebound and block shots and be a pretty exciting team. But they've got to have some guys step up as three-point shooters.
They do need some. I mean, Justin Powell, you feel like he can shoot the rock a little bit, but some of these other guys, I mean, when Devin's hot, he's really good. And Jalen, we both thought he was going to be better than he was last year. I think he was an 18 or 19% guy, but it wasn't a high volume. They need more outside shooting.
Yeah, they do. And, maybe they find it this year. Maybe Flanagan and, some of these guys get better. They have a great history, Bruce Pearl and staff, of developing guys and guys really improving. So Flanagan, Cambridge, I feel like Jalen Williams is going to be a good three-point shooter. I just really do. I think he's going to be an all-around terrific stretch four. And I think we're going to see him continue to improve a lot. You watched him at the end of last year. How good and exciting was he when he finally got that opportunity, and how much better is he going to be this year? I think a lot better.
Yeah. Let's see. Football, we're not going to get Gus tomorrow like we normally do. We are going to get him Tuesday. Is that probably the next time we get any interviews?
Yeah, I think from what I can tell, we're going to get Gus and players Tuesday, and that'll be it until Saturday.
All right.
So one more opportunity to talk about the preseason and sort of preview the upcoming game, and excited to see the depth chart. Although there's going to be a lot of oars, and I wonder if there'll be a position like running back last year where they have 6 starters or whatever. I can't stand that. Not really upset about it. But I just think it's silly. But yes, I'm sure that's how it's going to be.
That's Gus gaming shit right there, is what that is.
Yeah. Well, it's being afraid to say, tell a player that he's a third team guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, until the season starts.
They're all starters, they're all backups, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, brother, we're gonna bounce then. You've been full of information as usual.
Yeah. Hey, good talking to you, and shout out to everybody out there, man. Y'all have a good night and rest of the weekend.
All right, we'll see you. We'll do voodoo at some point here in the next couple of days because I know Tuesdays get kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We won't be able to do it Tuesday, will we?
Well, we could, but I think the time's going to be staggered, so we may want to do it Monday. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think Gus is around 11, and then you got players afterwards. So, yeah, either Monday or Wednesday works good, whatever you want to do, bud.
All right. I'll holler at you.
Peace.
See you, bro. There he goes, Brian Matthews. Doer of many things. And a man who definitely got Jay Jacobs. I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? He understood that in real time. Appreciate that. Let's see. Pocket Watch says, I'm shocked Gus didn't use COVID to shut down interviews for the week before each game. Yeah. I gave Gus a lot of shit when we went to breakfast back in February. And he was kind of like, he's like, if you're looking at me if you were critiquing me and the way that I work with reporters, what are some things that you would change or whatever? And I was like, you got to stop looking at us as the enemy. I mean, do you really think I'm an enemy? He's like, no, I don't. And I was like, right, I'm not. I mean, I'm not here to bust your balls, really. If the team, bums out, then I'm going to say that. And if you win a bunch of great games, I'm going to say that too. I mean, I just try to keep it real and stuff. And so I think that like he knows in his head he's trying to be helpful. And it's appreciated. I mean, he's put some kids out there on Zoom this the last couple of weeks that I'm surprised that he did. I mean, Roger McCreary, he's not somebody that I thought he would have put out there, and he did. So, I mean, he's doing what he can. I think he's been fine. Just my opinion. Ed D says 24 hour. He's asking again, 24-hour brain drain details. What's the start time? Now, the 24-hour brain drain, that was kind of apocryphal. I mean, we weren't actually doing 24 hours. My thought was, hey, caller, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great. How you doing, JG?
Word, who I got on the horn?
Mr. Deezer 13.
Oh, Deezer, what up, bro? I don't know how I didn't recognize you. How you been, man?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Well, I'm having a great show. I mean, we get to talk about football. We're talking about basketball. We got B-Matt on the horn, and we got Deezer on the horn. I mean, things are looking up, brother.
Things are rolling right in the right direction, aren't they?
Damn right they are. How you been, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm looking forward to next week and having some SEC college football and watching Auburn take the field. And,
hell yeah.
Let's go.
I'm so glad that we finally got to this point, man, because like 6 months ago, I wasn't sure this was going to be a possibility, and here we are 1 week away from Kentucky, and barring something really unusual happening, they're going to play some freaking football next weekend, and I'm fired up about it, brother.
I know. I was getting sick today, and even last week watching these games, I'm like, these teams aren't no good to watch.
Mm-hmm. When we end up watching Campbell and Coastal Carolina to fix our, basketball Jones, that's not good,
Exactly.
So who are you looking forward to seeing playing? I mean, who are the guys you're looking forward to seeing on next Saturday?
Well, I don't know if it's the most recent events, but I'm very much so looking forward to seeing how Bo Nix and Seth Williams take being on the third team All-SEC. I think there's going to be a little bit of a fire up some cornholes there, and those are two really, really talented players, and I hope they have a conversation together and come out in the first game and just tear crap up.
That would certainly be some motivation. I don't know if Bo would see that as a disrespect, but I bet you Seth does. That's pretty low for Seth.
Oh, yeah.
I think Seth's better than that right now.
Definitely. I mean, there's there's no way you could be realistic about the SEC and think that Seth Williams is a third-team wide receiver.
Must be a lot of dudes ahead of him that I don't know because he's about as good as – I mean, Jamar Chase is better than he is, but he ain't even playing, so.
No. And Pickens is pretty good, and
Yeah,
I guess he was on the second team and what have you, but they had a little better situation than we did last year, and he still had Williams still had better stats. I know there was a post that was put out there. I think Nate got all criticized by, he only played this many games, didn't start this many games, and all this, and just the good old negative Auburnites that are out there trying to pick away at anything and everything. But if those people honestly think that Seth Williams isn't better than Pickens at this point, they've got some issues to begin with.
Well,
so.
I can see where they would be about even. I think Seth's better myself, but George Pickens he made some insane catches last year, so I get it. But there must be like 5 or 6 guys better than those two, and I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Who else are you looking forward to? Let's see. You were saying Seth and Bo was kind of on their retribution tour. Anybody else?
I'm in general. I'm just looking forward to seeing a lot of the secondary guys. I think because out of our own crowd from the bunker and Auburn fans, and it's been kind of the secondary and the defensive line have been kind of doubts in their eyes. But I have really good confidence in the fact that we're going to have a stout defense again, and you're going to see some young guys come up and step in and fill in those positions. And that's just kind of what a really good established defensive team and a good team in general does. You know, they fill in. And our safeties, I think we're the most talented this year at safety than we have been in a long, long time. And Sherwood and Monday, if they keep their heads straight and continue to progress as they have, I think you're going to see some really good things there. And the defensive line, even though we lost Coinus, you're going to see some younger guys step up, and there's definitely talent there. And there's going to be hunger to fill in and get in there and make their names. That's what it's all about. So I'm not going to say that we're going to have the same type of defensive line we had last year,
right.
But those younger guys are going to come in and play. And I look at like a guy like Hardy. I think he's really going to be good this year. And Newkirk, if he can stay healthy, the guy's got tons of potential, and he is a beast. He is a beast.
Yeah,
he is. Linebacker, I think we're all pretty much on the same page thinking we're going to be fine there. So if those guys can hold their own up front, if we can get 1 or 2 guys on the edge that can make some plays on pass rush and get to the quarterback, I think we'll be just fine.
A lot of good dudes on defense, like you said, and that's the way Kevin and his assistants just stack that situation up where you've got your starters, your second-team guys, developmental guys. They've always got, a series of solutions at every position. And I can remember back in the Tuberville days and even the Bowden days when you'd have holes, offense and defense, where you're like, shit, they don't have anybody at that position. And you don't see that with Kevin Steele's defense. They've always got a solution somewhere.
Absolutely. And they have an option to a difference of a solution to a problem. So they know where they're going. They know what's going to happen, especially in this scenario where you have to worry about 2 or 3 guys maybe coming down with the COVID, and you have to worry about who's going to go where. I think that's a lot of the talk that you're getting with the 5 guys at the second cornerback position. They're really going through if you will, a voir dire of who they want to trust in whatever level, and getting through that sophistication and making sure they're taken care of.
That's the thing. I mean, it's just you make some great points there. And on offense, man, it's just for me, it's going to be I want to see which tailback rises above the crew because I think they've got 4 really good ones, maybe 5 if you count Harold Joyner. And I mean, I just want to see who can kind of float to the top because that's a hell of a group right there, man.
Absolutely. And I mean, I want to see what progressions Shivers has made, if he's been able to make some. I mean, Carnell's he was a great running back. We're not sure yet if he was a great running back coach. He's a great running back recruiter. But can he teach a guy like Sean Shivers the idiosyncrasies that he needs to learn to make that next step? Or is he just going to be what he is in that one cut type of runner? I mean, he's got the speed. There's no doubt about that. And he can catch the ball, too. And then you also have to look at, what do we bring into the new offense here? Are we going to be throwing more to the running backs? Because I've always wanted to do more of that. I mean, you see a team like Alabama, they have all these good running backs. They throw a lot of screens. They mix those in there. We don't do a lot of that. We do wide receiver screens, things like that. But if he's able to mix in passing to the running backs and the tight ends, and I think we have a very young group of talented tight ends that could make a mark on the map in the SEC this year.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of different questions that, it could all come together, or it could go same direction it always has, or what have you. That's one of the beauties of getting into a new season in the SEC.
Yeah, you've been around a while. I know you've been an Auburn guy for a while to say that, the way it usually goes. You stumble early,
Absolutely.
get really good in the middle, and then the end either goes solidly or poorly. Those are your choices. Yeah.
Exactly. There's no in between.
Gus is a great October coach. I mean, he's as good as it gets. But yeah. Anyway. Well, Deezer, we're gonna be going for hours next weekend, so we're gonna have to rely on you to call in next week for sure, because we're gonna be going before the game, during the game, and after the game too. So got a lot of time.
I will definitely make sure to check in with you guys, and I appreciate you, JG, and all y'all guys do, man. Thank you so much.
All right, Deezer, be good, brother.
You do the same. Bye-bye.
See you, man. Great stuff there from Deezer. I love when he said some fire in the cornholes. I love it. He's right, though. He's right. I bet you Seth is bitter as hell about that. I don't think he's a third-team All-SEC player. I think he's better than that. Bo, I can see. But hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
JG.
What up?
Auburn alumni.
Oh, it's Auburn. I referenced you earlier, bro.
You did?
Hell yeah, I did.
Hopefully in a positive light.
Oh, of course.
How did you reference me?
I was talking about how we were going to talk about basketball tonight, and you called in with a great basketball call. It was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, man, there's so much to talk about. It's funny. I was on vacation with the fam on the Outer Banks last week, so I missed the last brain drain, but it was just so nice. I went on a vacation. Granted, there were face masks, but on a vacation, then watched college football on Saturday and watched NFL on Sunday. It was almost a normal feeling week.
Wow.
So now we get to watch Auburn football this week, so all will be right with the world.
You need to put a lamp out on before that one. You like casually threw in there that you were at the Outer Banks. I mean, that's for high rollers. We know that.
Well, my dad lives in about 2 hours from there. He's in a small town right outside of Greenville, North Carolina, called Farmville. Funny story about that, by the way. This just shows you how far the reach is with the Auburn family here. But I went out there. This was before last season. And when we're talking about a town that has like one red light, and it's like, I think there's 8,000 people in Farmville. And I'm in the food line in Farmville, North Carolina, and I'm wearing my Auburn hat. I just came in from the airport hanging with my dad. And one of the guys that was working at the store, he said, "Hey, where you go?" I go, "Hey, where you go, buddy?" And he goes, I go, "Did you go to school there?" He goes, "No, my cousin plays basketball there." I go, "Who's your cousin?" Jalen Williams. He's a freshman. He'll be playing this year. I go, "Oh, cool." So that was before, of course, he blew up. But, yeah, his cousin lives in the town my dad lives in. And then I also got War Eagled at the same time by another woman there. And, like I said, a little town of 8,000, which is just kind of funny. But,
yeah, that's cat.
Yeah, it was funny enough. But now that guy's, I will say, so many different directions I want to go. But Big Ten and us this week and basketball. But I did get a chance to look at your depth chart. I agree with all those. My biggest question with the starting five is, to me, looking at that group and just basing it off of my eyeballs from last year, our shooting guard looks like the worst shooter of that starting five to me. Because I know Stretch has range, and I've heard from multiple people he has range. And love Flanagan to death, but, man, he had some pretty ugly shots last year.
He did.
Have you heard much on that being improved this year?
No, not specifically about that. I mean, they love his attitude, his work ethic, and just the way he slashes and competes all the time. But you're right. Normally, you'd want a shooting guard to be a good shooter. It's kind of in the name. It's in the job description.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, and you probably will agree, but he had by far his best game last year in that final game against Tennessee. I mean, that guy, he was really almost dominating when he would go to the hole. He's so physical. He's a big kid. It feels like with this group, it's not necessarily the shoot tons of threes, although I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
But it feels like our strength, at least with this group, is going to be driving to the basket, attacking, and trying to create transition baskets. Just because you don't, like you said, you don't have a Bryce. I think Powell could be that level of shooting ability just based on his high school tape. But, I mean, Flanagan, Cambridge, these guys are all real athletes. Not saying they can't shoot, but for example, Flanagan, I don't know how much, unless he's really improved, I don't know how much of a threat he's really going to be on the perimeter. However, he's going to be a big-time threat driving the hole and slashing and on defense. So, but I'm pumped like everybody to see, the big ones coming in, Thor and Cooper. I am excited about Chris Moore though, because he's like that tweener guy, but if you watch his film from high school, I mean, the guy he's a really damn good player.
He can score,
and he's just a good all-rounder, really.
He can score, and he's a solid dude. He's not fat at all. He's just a strong dude, and so I think he can be a real matchup problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I look at our team this year, kind of like I look at our defensive line in football. It's nobody outside of Auburn knows any of these guys really, but I look at the depth chart and I'm just like, that's a lot of really talented players on this roster. And, I know that the SEC in basketball is light years where it was even 10 years ago overall. But I think, bubble, no bubble, crowd, no crowd, I think this team will definitely be in the hunt for a top 4 seed or top 4 placement in the conference this year. I don't know if you agree or not, but I do think they have a lot of potential. I think if Cooper comes in as a freshman phenom point guard like so many others, I don't see any reason we can't make a deep tourney run. But at the same time, we could, NIT or not get knocked out in the first round. But I definitely like the talent for sure.
I do too. I love the
and
talent. And they're fighters. The young guys are fighters. My thing is, okay, so Flanagan's a really good slasher, and Sharif's a really good slasher. So somebody's got to spot up and hit threes. Now Cambridge can do that. Jalen, I think, can do that, but statistically didn't do that last year. Does Justin Powell get some kickouts? I mean, I feel like they need more shooters. They could really benefit from one more really good shooter, and I don't see it.
Yeah, and I know Powell's definitely got the reputation. I mean, Turbo looked good when he got in and shot it, and he was another guy. I feel like, granted, I would have loved to see what we did in the tournament, but the way that we played in Knoxville that last game, I really feel cheated on what Turbo and Flanagan and some of these other guys could have done down the stretch, because Bruce loves to tap deeper into that bench when you get into March, and the way that like we said, the way that West was coming on and whatnot, I was really excited to see how they would have looked by the end of March or in the tournament. So, but yeah, I agree. They would definitely need more perimeter, like consistent perimeter help for this team for sure.
Yeah, I wish they had one more, but you're right. If Akingbola, if he's got that shooting ability, maybe he could be a secret weapon,
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the only switching over to, I don't want to take up too much time, but switching over to football, just a couple of things I want to touch on. Number one, there is no way the Big Ten is going to play 8 straight weeks of football with a 21-day period that you can't have your best players, because the first time Justin Fields or whatever is not available for 3 solid weeks, I just don't see how the Big Ten can get anyone in the playoff. To me, I just feel like that the restrictions are so ridiculous, and you're trying to squeeze in. And you knew full well they were going to do this the first weekend of football, and they're sitting there watching everybody else. You knew they weren't going to sit on the sideline, but at the same time, I don't know how you're going to do that. There's no way.
Yeah, 21-day quarantine for anybody with close contact or test positive. I mean, god dang, man. That's going to take a lot of kids out,
Right. And, I mean, that's I know Penn State's solid, but, really it's all about Ohio State there. And, if they have, 2 or 3 of their stud players out, or get hit or whatever it is, 3 weeks, I mean, that's anyway. But as far as Auburn goes, you were asking about what we're excited to see. my biggest thing is I'm excited to see what Chad does with the tools that he's got this year, because I just look at this roster, and again, offensive line is the name of the game, but at the skill level, you got the fastest player in football. He's going to want to use him. You've got Seth, the third-team All-SEC wide receiver. That is an absolute joke. And then you've got a 6'7", 270-pound tight end that can catch. Plus all those running backs. I just feel really excited that if Chad really does have the keys to this, I think you're going to see a fairly explosive offense this year. I really do. I don't know. Him utilizing, we were talking about not throwing to the running backs. If you watched Arkansas last year, they sucked. But the thing that they did do is they threw to the running backs and they threw to the tight end quite a bit. So I'm excited to see Chad try to implement that into our offense.
I think he's going to get some autonomy. I do. I think he's going to be able to do what he wants to do, and I think Auburn's offense is going to be a plus this year.
Yeah. And then on the defense, man, I'm excited about the defensive line. I can't even name them all, but Handy, Hardy, Newkirk. You got dudes up and down the roster. And here's the thing. This is what's funny to me, JG. So I'm watching like the SEC Now season preview or whatever. And, Jordan Rogers on there, and he's talking about, I don't know how Auburn's going to replace Derek Brown and Marlon Davidson. And in the same breath, they're all talking about, well, obviously LSU's up there with Alabama, but LSU has like 5 guys coming back from both sides of the ball. But somehow if we lose a good player, it's like they're irreplaceable. And I'm really excited. Game 1, I guarantee you game 1, the announcers are going to be like, wow, Auburn's still got a whole lot of really good dudes out there on the defensive front. And I expect our defense to be really damn good. The linebackers, I'm super excited to see KJ. I think KJ is just awesome and probably the best linebacker we've had since Bynes as far as middle linebacker goes. But those guys and then Frazier are probably my 2 guys that I haven't seen yet. I'm not worried. We got tons of backs. Any of those backs that play, I think we're going to be good. And I'm not really, I guess I should start worrying about the kid out of, Hewitt because he wore gloves. But what's funny to me is, you've got Tank, you got Mark Anthony and all that, and people are still losing their minds on the bunker about Goodwin wearing LSU gloves. So I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be okay.
George Pickens has people a little bit scared. That's all. Just the way he flips. Yeah. So.
But they're still kids, man. That's the way they are. Somebody mentioned it earlier, but Cornell. The next time Cornell loses a running back recruit, let me know because I feel okay at least from getting the commitment from Cadillac. So I think he'll be all right there. But anyway, I've taken enough time, man. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'm super pumped. By the way, I'm watching the Red Jet just going crazy with De'Aaron King right now in Miami. He's looking pretty daggone good.
Yeah, they're getting
running that offense.
Yeah, they're scoring, man. They're scoring points.
Well, it's always a pleasure, JG. I'm excited, ready to go, and hopefully we put a whooping on Kentucky. And, yeah, man, let's get it on.
All right. Hopefully we'll get you calling in next week, right?
Yes, sir.
That'd be sweet. All right, brother. You be good.
Later, JG.
See you, man. There he is, Auburn alumni. We had someone trying to call in during that segment. So if you want to call back, there it is. Do want to get that super chat up. Thank you very much, Love the Cats. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
What you doing, Jay?
Word. Is this the Power Man?
This is Power Man.
Hi, Power. Word.
Hi. How are you?
I did not know that Fig Jam, he worked with ITAD. Were you just bullshitting me?
No, that's true. That's true. He, I want to say he was working. There was an SEC, a general SEC board that he was working, and he would write some of the summer articles, and he'd write articles all the time. But in the summer, I remember him giving me a username and trying to get me to go stir stuff up on a message board. But I don't think it was. I can't remember what it was, but it was not Auburn specific. I think it was SEC specific.
Damn. Okay, I got you. I didn't know he's a double agent.
He used to post their articles and do that kind of stuff, do some of the tech work, but he would also write.
Damn, and he gave me hell knowing that what goes into this? That pisses me off even more, bro.
he's a jerk. I mean, I mean, that's who he is.
What else can we say?
I've grown up with him.
Hey, we're 1 week away from some football, brother. Like real Auburn football.
I know. I'm excited about it. And, part of me, well, I told some buddies today that if the SEC didn't exist, or specifically Auburn too, I have not really been able to watch the last 2 weeks. The product has not been good. Like it's just I haven't been able to get into any of it. Have you been able to watch any of these games?
Not in a way that I care at all. No. I mean,
Right.
I wish I was watching Louisville get their ass beat right now, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. Rhett's showing out. 2 plays, 150 yards in the second half.
I mean, guy's a genius. I'm telling you, he's good.
Yeah. No, I liked what you were saying earlier about Rhett. He's kind of worn kind of the Gus stink, I guess, but I think he probably is a really good coach.
I think he's pretty good. I don't know if he's going to be a great head coach, like Urban Meyer or anything, but he's good at what he does.
Yeah. I mean, there's I don't know if he'll be a good head coach. He might be, but there's something to be said about the assistant that knows he's an assistant and goes and does really good things at big schools. I mean, that is not a bad career path.
No, it's not. And, it's a good way to make a living. Just saying. We'll just put it that way.
Yep. So do we know if if Greatwood got his waiver?
Such an interesting situation. No, I mean, it's not been officially discussed yet. There was some chatter coming from the Kentucky end that he had gotten it, but there was like a gentleman's agreement that he would not play against Auburn because Auburn had gone so far to try to help him get that.
Oh.
Now, that doesn't sound quite right to me.
Interesting. Oh, so Auburn's trying to help him get the waiver?
Yeah, except that the agreement was we'll help you. We'll sell out to get you the waiver, but you can't play against us, which I don't think he was going to anyway. But
yeah. What do you think of it? How you feeling? I know you probably not going to do predictions tonight, but how you feeling? I think Stoops is a really good coach. My guess is they have been tackling a lot, and it makes me really nervous into a kind of a lifeless Jordan Hare at 11 o'clock in the morning with Kentucky.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good Auburn teams shit the bed at 11 a.m. Jefferson Pilot games. So
yeah, and it's one thing if you like last year's team, with a dominant defensive line, you can kind of control a team like Kentucky. It makes me nervous with our defensive tackles. Really, our whole defensive line against a team like Kentucky.
Yeah, I think Auburn ends up winning that game like 26-21 or something like that. It'll be closer, and some people will be pissed off. But I mean, I think they have enough to push through it.
Is there a line out?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm sure there is. Yes.
Yeah. If they can win by half a point, I think it's a great win. I really do. I think if they can win against Kentucky, it is a great win, and then you figure out how to beat Georgia.
Ooh, yes, it's 1 week away, and I mean, that's a huge game. And then
I know. How cool is that?
It's just one right after another,
Hey, I was told by a muckety muck at Auburn that all students are allowed in the game.
I don't think that's true. No.
Okay. Well, this lady would have been in a position to know, and she sure was hoping that they would come. So
7-point
they're
favorite.
really concerned.
It appears that Auburn
really concerned about Auburn, the students not coming back in January. So they want to provide them an experience, but per Knotted Shorts' thread, it's clear that they're not.
Yeah, I can't speak to Auburn, but South Alabama, it's been kind of yucky. Hey,
I got a niece in Tuscaloosa who they're now allowed to go eat at the sorority house. They're loosening up down there, but they're beefing up their COVID response stuff and trying to make that not as scary and make it much better versus putting people in jail and blaming them, if they catch COVID.
Looks like Auburn is a 7-point favorite in that UK game, so that's what you're looking for.
7, okay. I think I'd take UK.
Okay, very good. Man, my daughter would love to be eating in the sorority house right now, but that's still not a possibility down there. But different strokes. They got hit pretty hard in that storm too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
We got a lot of friends down there.
Did she stay down there and ride it out?
No, she came up here, but I mean, stuff got hit pretty hard down there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're a week away, and I'm excited about it.
Dude, I'm really fired up because I thought we weren't going to play this year. I was terrified.
No, you and I are right there together. Hey, have you watched any of Bristol tonight?
Any of what?
Bristol. I know you've been on the air.
No, I don't even have a TV in here, so it's just I rely on what you guys are telling me. What's been going on?
Well, I don't. I've had it on. It's 100 to go, so I figured I'd tune in and start watching it.
Boy, it would be a tough choice for me right there to watch that or watch Louisville get their ass beat. I mean, that's two things I enjoy doing right there.
And then you can wake up tomorrow and watch the conclusion of 24-hour Le Mans.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's what everybody's looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the Tour de France ends tomorrow, too. So all kind of sports is on now. And think where we were back in May.
Yeah, that Tour de France, no doubt about it.
Hi, bud. Well, you have a great evening.
Thank you for calling in, sir. It's always a highlight. We love having you on the air, bro. I hope you call in next week,
all right,
too.
man. Talk to you later.
See you, bud.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. There he is, Power Man. Oh, we jump right into a call. How about that? Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Patman, did you?
What's up, bro? How you been?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Well, we've had a damn good show, and the fact that you're calling in now just makes it all the better.
And look, you've had back to back, man. It's been hard to get in tonight.
I know, it's been hard to get in, but we're always going to find a way to get you in, bro. How you been?
Great, man. Celebrating another turn around the sun.
Oh, damn.
So I'm
Are you 25 now? 25 to 26?
Yep, that's it.
No doubt.
I'm rolling with that.
There's no doubt. Well, happy birthday to you, D. Lucky. You're one of the good ones.
Appreciate you, Gus.
Is this going to be an anxious week for you, just knowing that we're 1 week away and we're so damn close to football, or do you just not? Or
no.
Can you get to Saturday?
No, dude. It's 6 nights of Christmas Eve. I mean, I'm going to wake up every day knowing I'm that much closer.
Damn.
At one point, I didn't think we would be here at all, to be quite honest with you. I just thought we had really screwed ourselves out of a possibility of a football season. And to know that it really appears we're going to at least get the start, I'm good. I can make it through 5 days of work, no problem. So I'm looking forward to next Saturday.
Well, I am too. I was scared as hell we weren't going to get there, and I mean it was going to have a bad effect on the business. But here we are, man.
Yes.
We're going to make it. We're going to make it.
We're here. We just, like I said, now we just got to hold it in the road for 12 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, I think it can be done.
So I noticed something on the depth chart. Maybe you talked about it, and I missed it, but it looked like you had T.D. Moultrie in second string, and Derek Hall had bumped up to first at the Buck.
Yeah,
that seems pretty interesting to me. That's the one wild card that I feel like could change the season. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't know as O'Brien and I trust TD at this point. I love TD. We know him personally, and we're cheering for him just because he's a good kid. He's a great story, and I want him to have success. I just don't know if I trust him, man, because he's a guy that he gets a small injury, and all of a sudden he's like panicky, and he doesn't think he's at 100%. And I don't trust him to go through a 10-game season and kick ass. And so I think maybe that affects the way that Kevin looks at him. Kevin has not told me that. I'm just kind of postulating. And I think Derek Hall, when he played last season, he was really good. He didn't play that much, but when he did, he was good. And the reports we've been hearing have been really good. So it's all kind of a guess, D-Lucky, but that's kind of the way we're seeing it.
Well, that's good to hear. Between Hall and Romello Height, I was hoping we had somebody that could come in and rush the passer in obvious third down situations and not force us to blitz over and over and over again.
Right.
So if that's, it doesn't matter to me who, but we need somebody in that spot. I think that's been the biggest deficiency that we've had probably the last, 3 years. And
since Jeffrey Holland, yep.
Yeah, I mean, Holland leaving early was huge. So if we can find somebody to fill that gap, to me, that's like that and the shooting guard spot on basketball are like the two big misses.
Well,
so
Brian was saying on the call earlier that he thinks Colby Wooden. He thought he might actually get all the way up to the first team, and we've been hearing great scouting reports on him that he's had a whale of a practice period here in the last 20 or 25 practices. But I mean, he's a guy that in theory would give you that quick twitch off the edge. But I just kind of have to see that to believe it. I mean, I know he's a good player. Is he ready right now to take over for Big Cat? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, the fact that he's battling is a good sign, I think. I think you talked about a little bit the depth that we have at quarterbacks, another really good sign. We've heard a lot of positive. We're good to see him live and know for sure a week from now. But I've heard, some pretty good positives at the things we thought were weaknesses all throughout the offseason. So, like I said, that buck spot's going to be the big one for me. Just kind of see what that gets us. The defensive end sounds like it's going to be okay. We got a couple of dudes over there, one way or another. So I'm excited at the prospects there.
And then basketball, like you mentioned, we love Flanagan. Both you and I love Flanagan, but he's not a shooter, free throw shooter or 3-point shooter. So it's like, what can we expect? I don't know, man.
Right. I don't know if I lost you for a second there. Having someone who can get to the quarterback completely changes the complexion of this defense. Just not having to blitz is huge because I just think we have a good enough base defense, good enough other players that without us having to blitz every single time when you get pressure, this puts us in a much better spot.
Yeah.
And I'm just hoping that's what we see.
They got some dudes.
And yeah. And Rhett tonight has given me to see what Rhett did or has done tonight gets me really super excited about Chad. I saw Miami get a first down and run a damn pass play for 11 yards right after it. It was amazing. Amazing.
You mean they didn't run up the middle?
Did not run up the middle. I didn't know what was going on. I mean, they hurried up, got up to the line of scrimmage, snapped the ball to the quarterback, and he actually threw a forward pass after a first down.
That's crazy.
It was the damnedest thing.
It's crazy.
I didn't know that was still legal.
Hey, one thing I wanted to ask you about basketball, D. Lucky.
Yeah.
Flanny at shooting guard. I know you and I love his hustle and his quickness and just his mental attitude about things, but not a great 3-point shooter, not a good free throw shooter. I'm worried about it,
I'm with you. He's just not ideal for what you want, especially down the stretch. I mean, we have a deficiency at point guard. We don't really have a backup, and you would love to have somebody at shooting guard who could take some of the pressure off when we need a bucket late, and it not have to be a drive to the basket when they just pack it in and force you to shoot the ball. Yeah. And that's what we're going to get. And it's still the most amazing thing that his father and grandfather are coaches, and his shot is his shot. So it's just the craziest damn thing. I mean, I would expect him out of everyone else on the team to be a really good shooter,
right?
And have just really sound fundamentals. But he's like the bully kid who's been bigger than everyone apparently every year he's played basketball and never had to develop a shot. He was just always able to out-athlete everyone on the court. So,
and you think about his shot, and then Cambridge is your number 2 guy. He's your number 2 3-point shooter, and it's like, yeah. I mean, he's the same thing there,
Yeah, we need Powell to come along a little sooner than probably we should need a freshman to play.
Yeah.
Because we're going to need somebody that can just stroke one wide open, when everything else is going the way we want it to go. We just need somebody that can hit a wide open shot.
Yeah.
Because I think we're going to have plenty available, and those two guys. Look, it would be great if they worked throughout and their shots more consistent between the two of them. But it's just from what I saw last year, it's just not what we want. But I think we'll be athletic enough to win a lot of games. I just think there'll be some games that we could pull out with some consistent shooting that we probably won't have. So hopefully that's one of those things that Bruce finds a way to fix between now and whenever tournament time rolls around, and we can benefit from it then.
He tends to do that. Yeah,
he does.
He does.
I'm never going to doubt Bruce. So but it would be. I would feel a lot better if we started off with a better shooter at the shooting guard spot.
Word.
Like you said, it's in the job description. So
BP might feel the same way. He might.
This is true.
This is hoping Jalen was going to play.
He's pretty Bruce is pretty perceptive like that.
He is.
I don't think I'm telling him any new information.
D. Lucky, we're going to have a long show next weekend. I hope that you jump in at least once. And
bro, I'm going to be in 2 or 3 calls all day.
All
now,
right.
I can't say anything for what those later calls sound like because I will probably be drinking, but I'm going to be calling.
All right. We're looking forward to it, bro.
Yeah, man, I'm 100% in. I'm in. Just don't block me. If I call back 3 or 4 times.
All right, word. We've always got room for you, man.
I appreciate it, bro. Thanks for doing the show as always. Y'all stay safe.
See you, D-Lucky. There he is. Absolute beast, D-Lucky calling in. It's not a show until D-Lucky calls. That's the truth. Well, we always get Power Man. He's a good one. D-Lucky's always a good one. And we miss Ruxy. Ruxy, if you're out there, buddy, don't leave us. We got Tiger in the chat as well. Love having Tiger. He had a couple good zingers earlier that had me laughing. I don't remember what it was. Pretty damn funny, though. And another super chat coming in from Hornatius says, the sound is good, because I asked earlier if the sound was good, just making sure. It's not satisfying, though. It also sounds like Hornatius may have a softball game next week. Unbelievable. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Jay, what's up?
Word, who I got here?
This is MWF 0001.
Word, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You probably haven't seen me on the bunker in a while. I've become a lurker.
Why is that? Why would you do that?
Well, felt like I was getting into a little bit too much trouble on the bunker, so I needed to tone it back just a tad.
Yeah, I haven't seen you post. It's been, how long has it been, man? Like 3 or 4 months? Longer?
Oh, no, it's been longer than that. It's been since probably the middle of last season.
And I know, yeah. And it just, what happened?
Well, kind of a little bit of personal drama, and I kind of didn't feel safe on. Felt like my personal information might have been possibly being exposed somehow, so we had to take a step back there.
All right. Well, I actually had some people that contacted me and asked, what had happened with you and if you were going to be around and why you hadn't been posting. So I'm glad you jumped in and kind of cleared that up, man.
Yeah, no, I'm still around.
Well, that's good to hear. Are you still out? Are you in the Midwest?
Yeah, I'm still in your home state, Oklahoma.
Okay, very good. I didn't want to say exactly which state, but that's cool if you want to.
It's a fairly large state, so you'd have a hard time finding me.
It is. It can go all the way from Henrietta out to Lawton and anywhere in between. Yeah.
That's right.
Ponca City. There's some out of the way places. Yeah.
Yeah, Ponca City down to Poto, all the way out to the Panhandle,
baby. So. Hell yeah, Poto. I spent some time in I really did spend some time in Shoto. No shit. Listen.
Shoto and Poto.
The fact that we've got football starting to come out of the woodwork here, we're 1 week away from Auburn. Is that kind of luring you back a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it back to a game with all this COVID nonsense going on, but being out here in Oklahoma and getting to watch the Sooner offense and having our new offensive coordinator in there and all this talk about throwing to the running backs has kind of got me hoping that we're going to, maybe have some glimpses of appearing like an Oklahoma offense.
It'd be good. Oklahoma always puts together some great offense. It's just their defense sucks, man.
Well, they throw so well out of the backfield to the running back, and I feel like that's probably the biggest part of their offense that doesn't really get spotlighted enough.
Yeah.
Because they also always have a big play wide receiver.
Always, whether it's CD Lamb or whoever. I mean, they've had a bunch of them,
Yeah, well, and former Auburn recruit may be their big hitter this year with Hazelwood.
No doubt, that's true. Forgot about that. Yeah, let's see. He was I thought Auburn would get him. He was a Georgia commit. Then he went to Oklahoma. He was all over the place.
Yeah,
it happens.
Well, I had a question since you're always the X's and O's guy. I was kind of curious with this. Worm being announced as a starting tailback. How does his, I guess, running style being more of a one cutback, how would that mesh up with the blocking schemes in a Chad Morris offense?
Yeah, more of a more of a zone blocker, more of an outside zone guy. So you would want somebody more like Gurley, who to me is kind of a one cut guy. So it might be a good fit for him.
I can't remember what you posted on the weight gains and losses. Has he put on any more weight since last year?
No, he looks similar to me. I mean, he's always a very strong dude. I mean, 5'7", that ain't going to change, but he's got some heft to him, and there was some concern in the chat earlier, MWF, that he wouldn't be a good pass blocker, but he's actually a very good pass blocker. He's very willing, and he can knock a man around a little bit. I mean, Xavier McKinney learned a little bit about that in the Iron Bowl, but he's a pretty good pass blocker.
Yeah. Well, and if you think back to probably the NFL running back that most people are going to want to compare him to is Maurice Jones-Drew. I mean, he's not quite as tall as Maurice Jones-Drew, but still similar style. But I can remember a block probably in the early to mid 2000s that Jones-Drew put on. I think his name was Sean Merriman for the Chargers.
Yeah.
And just lit him up. Oh man, it was disgusting.
Yeah, little dudes can do that.
The effect, what a lot of people don't realize is that undersized guys, they have that, they have kind of the center of gravity a little bit lower level and actually can work to their advantage in a situation like that.
Yeah. I mean, if he ends up being a stud, dude, I'd say you just let him rip and you run those outside zone plays with your zone blocking and just let him find a hole and cut in there and go with it, because he'll lower his head and knock some people backward, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the number of or the stable of running backs that we got, I kind of think that, Gus likes to go with a hot hand, obviously, but I feel like all those guys deserve a shot, and, the fresher you can keep all of them throughout the game, the, more beneficial that's going to be for you, especially in the long run throughout the season.
All right, so you seem a little optimistic to me. I haven't asked you that specifically, but do you think Auburn can win 7 or 8 games with this schedule?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at the schedule, I mean, if we're being completely honest, the one thing that worries me about, I think we're going to be fine on offense. I think we're going to be a little bit more explosive this year. We're going to put plenty of points up. So as much as people don't want to question the defense, I still think the defensive line's where I feel like I'm most skeptical. But our linebacking core is so stout that, you look at the schedule, and I feel like it kind of shapes up pretty well for us because, you get Kentucky. I don't think I would worry too much about Kentucky getting away from us. I feel like we can contain them pretty well. Georgia is not going to be explosive on offense, in my opinion. Neither is Arkansas or South Carolina. So it's not until you get to Ole Miss that you're really going to face a team that is really going to scare you from the defensive side.
True.
So I don't know. I mean, I think if we can somehow figure out how to beat Kentucky, and then, we're due for a win against Georgia.
That's true.
In Athens and just in general in the series. So
15 years, brother.
I don't know. Maybe this will be the year. I mean, we probably say that every year, but
that's true.
I don't know. I look at the schedule, and really I feel like I only see 4 teams that give me concern, and obviously that would be Georgia, LSU, Bama, and A&M.
Yeah.
So I feel like at worst we're hopefully looking at 6-4, but I think we can do better than that.
I do too. I'm with you on that. I think they can win 7 or 8. I do.
For sure.
Well, listen, man, we want you back posted on the bunker. I mean, if you want to change handles or if you just want to, I don't know, whatever, man, you can get with me and I can get that done for you, but we'd love to have you posted again.
Sure. So I appreciate you taking my call tonight.
Well, we'd like to have you call in more often, brother.
For sure.
All right. See you, MWF.
Have a good one.
See you, bro. There he is. Looks like he called us last August was the last time he was on. He was on our show, our first show of the season for the Oregon game, I reckon, and that was it. Glad to have him back. Got a super chat coming through from the legend himself, D. Lucky. He is asking that everyone drinks one. I mean, of course. I mean, you only have to ask. You don't even have to. You just ask. Have a little old tub here. Hornation says 6-4 Fire Gus. MWF, definitely, if you're watching, call back. Next week. We'd love to have you. And as I told you, I've had people not too long ago, maybe within the last month, say, "Hey, have you heard from him? How's he doing? I'm concerned," and I didn't really know. If you guys want to not post or whatever, I'm not going to sit here and tell you got to do it or whatever. I'm not going to message you and be like, "Hold on, I got to call Jay Lee. I promised him that I would." And you know how it is with Jay Lee. If it gets late, we lose him. Let's get Jay Lee on the horn.
Hello.
Yeah. Is this Jeffrey Lee?
Hey, baby. I've been waiting on your call.
Well, big boy, I've been telling you what. I've been waiting on this call all day long.
Yeah, smile. Look at the camera and smile.
Hey, big guy. Let me ask you something.
All right.
What have you been up to?
Huh?
What have you been up to, man?
I've been playing Fortnite with my boy.
No shit. He's I'm trying to think. Brooks is what, 9 now? 10?
10 in June.
And what grade is that? Fourth
grade.
All right.
I made him wait till he was 10 so he could start blasting people.
And are you any good at it?
Yeah, man. We got a victory royale tonight, and then we got a second place finish. So we had top two finishes, man.
Not too bad, man. Not too bad.
Yeah, we're killer on duos. We usually average a win a night.
Damn. It's pretty impressive, Jeffrey Lee. I'm not going to lie about it.
He's really good. I got him a controller for his iPhone.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Damn. Hey, I wanted to ask you about Armani Goodwin. Everybody's freaking out because he wore LSU gloves in this game the other night. What do you think?
To be honest with you, I can't blame him. If I'm an Auburn fan, if I'm an Auburn coach, I'm feeling a little shunned.
Damn.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
How else to look at it?
Yeah,
it's
but I mean,
disrespectful in my opinion. He dissed Auburn big time.
Damn, that's vicious.
Worse could have been wearing Alabama gloves.
That would have been worse, right?
But when you're considering LSU as the only other option at this point in his recruitment, which is duly noted, he's committed to Auburn. He's listening to LSU, and then you go out on national television to an opportunity to, promote the school to which you're committed, and instead you go with the other team. I think it's a slap in the face. I wouldn't appreciate it.
Dang. So would you interpret this as a change in his recruiting at all, or you just kind of look at him like thinking maybe it was funny and it just didn't go over well?
Yeah, that's the second part. I don't think that was a sign of things to come by any means, but if nothing else, I thought it was in poor taste.
And Carnell doesn't have a reputation of losing recruits, though. You know what I mean?
No, he doesn't, and I don't think he'll lose this kid. And the thing with the running back recruitment is the running back class this year is down. It's not, as it has been in years past. Fortunately for Auburn, Goodwin has bounced back from the ACL injury a year ago.
Yeah,
and looks to be, almost back to full strength. I think last night, even though they lost to Thompson, he still rushed for 126 on 15 carries. So
not too shabby.
Still 80 and a touchdown. So he's having a great year. I don't know. Maybe that's old school in me. I didn't like it.
Anything else going on in the recruiting world outside of Armani Goodwin wearing some gloves and pissing everybody off?
Yeah, actually, some good news, man. In-state kid from Birmingham. I thought the biggest news of the week was Jeremiah Williams calling me and saying, "Hey, I'm ready to do this."
Oh, damn.
Jeremiah Williams being the number one buck on Auburn's board. There was Chad Simmons had a story on Dylan Brooks from up here in Roanoke at Hanley High School, still being solid at Tennessee, 100% committed to Tennessee. And there was a big discussion on the board about Dylan Brooks and why Auburn hadn't made a move on this kid, or had kind of been a little patient with him, and he therefore committed to Tennessee. But the reason being is Auburn wanted one buck in this class, and they wanted that buck to be Jeremiah Williams. And, he was set to commit back in July, the end of July, and was going to commit to Florida, and decided to postpone, decided to delay. His mom really wanted him to stay closer to home, but Jeremiah had been down to Gainesville right before the pandemic dead period hit. Had built a really good relationship with Christian Robinson down there, and he really wanted to get out of the state and do something different. He wanted to do something that, is not just go to the Auburn, Alabama, the typical choice for a Birmingham kid. All signs pointed to him going to Florida back in July. And I tell you, Al Pogue was a really, really big deal in getting him to postpone his decision. Hey, man, just, he bought more time. And in my opinion, what he's done is he's bought more time. He's taken advantage of it, and he's. I think he's changed this kid's mind. I really think Auburn's back in the driver's seat, and I fully expect him to commit to Auburn October the 10th.
Damn, how about that? I mean, he's a tremendous player, no doubt about it. But
absolutely,
we weren't sure if he was a lock or not, Jeffrey Lee. But it looks like Al may have done some work and gotten things turned around here.
Al, he absolutely did.
Yeah.
Al, Gus Malzahn was big in this recruitment. Kevin Steele was big in this recruitment. Auburn had not only prioritized him as a buck, but as an overall member of this class. And this was a guy that they had to have, and really went out and didn't hold anything back. Went full bore for this kid, and I don't know of anything for sure. I just know that he's going to commit August the 10th, and I really feel like the confidence level at Auburn is 180 degrees different than it was 2 months ago.
Damn, that's good news right there.
Very, very good news. He's to me, he's one of the must-haves. You got to get grew up an Auburn fan, right up the road in Birmingham at a huge position of need, and he was just a must-have kid, and Auburn hopes they've gotten him.
Anything else going on that of note that we need to talk about on the recruiting end?
I know. I'm trying to think back to last week. Of course, I talked to Scoot Henderson, the 5-star point guard, and we're turning the leaves to basketball real quick.
Yes, 2022, right?
Yeah, 2022. Did you say 2022?
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think he's number 18 player in the class, because I had done a thing on J.D. Davidson earlier. He was the number 18 kid, or number 15, one of them. They were really close in ranking. Top 20 kids, point guards in 2021, Davison, in 2022, and Scoot Henderson. And, Scoot, of course, JD's going to be announcing his commitment next month, October 31st. I'm really, I'm leaning towards Auburn with him. I really am. I think Wes Flanagan's done a fantastic job with him. Of course, Ira, Bruce, Stephen, all of those guys have really been involved with him in his recruitment. I think he's a huge, huge priority, and if they could get him, that would be a huge win, because you've got Sharif in the 20 class, you've got Davison in 21, and you've got Scoot Henderson in 2022. You're talking about potential of signing 3 5-star point guards in a row, consecutive years, and then each of those guys having a chance to be one and done, and just replacing the other. But Scoot's got a lot of. He's from Cale in Marietta, Georgia, so there's a lot of Atlanta area. He knows Isaac, he knows Sharif, he knows Stretch, he knows Devin and Dylan, and he knows all those cats from AAU ball, and even works out with Jared Harper and Bryce. So he's got a lot of connections to Auburn. Wes Flanagan's running point on him, and really. really high marks for Auburn with him. I think Auburn will be a contender for him until the end. And I'm blown away by some of the recruiting when it comes to basketball. I think somebody said the other day on the bunker, it's just one 5-star after another, and that's a lot of fun to cover.
Yeah, and this class that they just got in, like these true freshmen that are there right now, are insane, and then it's just like they're going to keep making them more insane as they move along.
Yeah, you're just restocking.
Yeah, he's got a staff, man. I mean, you got BP's really good, Wes, Steven, Ira, Chad Pruitt, unbelievable group of guys he's got there, man.
Oh gosh, what's your buddy's name? I can't ever remember. Mike
Burgomaster, absolutely.
Yeah, Berg, yeah.
He's a secret weapon, man.
Absolutely tremendous staff, man. And I know, Steven kind of is selective in who they're very good at matching up with recruiters to recruits and who they will have bond with better. You see a lot of Wes, you see a lot of Ira, and those are the two guys who are going to be a point man on most. But Steven's got his guys as well, and of course Bruce is going to always be involved. So anytime you got a guy like Bruce and the energy, which is even what Scoot pointed out, Bruce's energy not only on the court but off of it, is a big deal to recruits and their parents.
It's a great group, and they're as good at recruiters as you'll ever see anywhere, any school, Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky included.
Absolutely. Contacts all over the country.
Well, Jay Lee, you've said it all, buddy. I mean, that's what I love about you. You tell us what we need to know, and then you can bounce. You don't give us a bunch of white noise and a bunch of silly information that's going to maybe turn out 1% of the time. You give us bankable information. That's what we love about you.
Meaty, baby.
Meaty. You're so meaty, dude. Listen, we're probably going to be doing a podcast Monday because we've got a lot of shit going on Tuesday, so maybe we'll switch it to Monday. You reckon you can make that?
Man, potentially.
All right.
My sister is supposed to listen here. Let me on air. My mom and dad bought a new van at a place in Montgomery. Brand new, is really nice, love it. They took it up to the mountains to visit my sister. Well, the GPS system in it's messed up.
Oh, damn.
And they took it to a local dealer up there, and they said they've got to order a part. So my sister says to tell my dad to come down here to Auburn, spend the night with me tomorrow night, and get up. And she wants me to go with him Monday to Montgomery to the dealership to make sure, because he's 78, so he's not really,
Yeah, I get it.
Educated with the GPS and the blah, blah, blah. So she wants me to go with it. Anyways, so we'll probably get up early that morning, potentially be back in time for lunch. So I will say yes.
Okay.
Tentatively yes.
We got to have you, Jay Lee. I mean, it's just not a show without you.
I'm expecting to take Brooks to school at 7:30, and me and him to be on I-85 by 8.
Okay, you're gonna be good
and be back here by noon.
Yeah, Montgomery's only like an hour away or 45 minutes. You're good.
Yeah.
All right.
So there you go. You're caught up in all my personal gear.
I got more questions, but we'll get to that Monday.
Sounds good. I gotta go to bed, man.
All right, brother. You be good.
All right, man. Good show.
See you, bud.
Later.
There he goes, Jay Lee, Hall of Famer in my opinion. Shit, in a lot of people's opinion. He's a great board poster. He's a great recruiting writer. He has attention to detail when it comes to writing itself. He knows the craft. He's let out pages for a newspaper. I mean, he just knows what he's up to. Couple shout-outs here. Love the Cats, a.k.a. Hornatius, or if you want to call him Hornswoggle, you're welcome to, or Hornamania. Thank you for the super chat, sir. I hope that we can have you on the show next week, but if we can't, we'll do the best we can. And then Corey W., who we should have hung out at Kuko's, brother, but he was there with his with his girl and didn't talk to me, but I would have enjoyed talking to you. So next time I see you at Kuko's or anywhere else in Montgomery, definitely come over and holler, bro. I love meeting subscribers, hanging out with subscribers. Seriously, super chatters in particular. So appreciate you for that, Corey. Love the Cats had a moment there on the chat when we had Jeffrey Lee on. I cannot believe some of the... Oh, Fat Crack. Word, brother. My bad. Fat Crack jumps into the super chat as well. Says JGT, what are your thoughts about next week's game and what position group are you most excited to watch? Great. No, can't do it right now. I got to get this done or else I won't remember. I think Auburn's going to win this game by a touchdown-ish. I think Auburn's defense is better than we're giving it credit for as a group, all of us. And although the offense, I think, has some issues, specifically, I don't trust the offensive line. I do trust everything else. And so I think Auburn's going to be at least a touchdown better than Kentucky. That's just my opinion. I think Kentucky's a pretty good football team, but I think Auburn's better. Yeah, we'll say that. The position group I'm most excited to watch, for me, is going to be tight ends because I like tight ends. I like this group of tight ends. I think J.J. Pegues is good. I think Brandon Frazier's good. I think John Samuel's good. I don't know about Deal and Fromm, but they might be good too. We haven't seen a tight end be good at Auburn since Lutz, and I think these guys can be good enough. So I'm very excited to see a tight end catch more than one pass a month. That would be excellent. But seriously, all jokes aside, I'm pretty fired up about the tight ends. I think they can be like a big part of this offense and be good. Really, I mean, honestly. Hornatius had a moment there. He was having some issues down on the bayou. I guess some of his property got hit by the hurricane Sally that came through. She was a cruel mistress to our friends everywhere from Pensacola all the way over to Dauphin Island and maybe our friends in Mississippi. I'm going to turn this off for just a second. Our friends in Mississippi, Long Beach, Pascagoula, et cetera, and our friends all the way over to Panama. He says, I'm drunk AF. I have to poop. No power, no water. Need to sheet. It's raining. Can't poop in the woods. Turtlehead dog. Oh, my God. These are our callers, yo. And super chatters and posters. Corey W. says, you got one touching cotton. Love the cats. Love the Fats says, geez, what a crybaby. Oh, Love the Cat says, no, Corey, don't wear tiny whities. He didn't say you were wearing tiny whities. You just asked if he was touching cotton, bro. Anyway, wow. I can't say we've all been there, Hornatius, but, you know, it happens. Jeffrey Lee, a.k.a. Brooks, says PG stinks. Somebody was asking earlier about who is this Brooks character. I'm Brooks the stud, man. I love Brooks. He's got that J. Lee toughness about him, mental toughness. Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay. Talk and Watch says Commodore likes tight ends noted. Are we going to do that joke again, really? All right. I'm pulling Skype back up. I just want to get through that because I wasn't sure I'd be able to finish that thought if we had taken that call. If you're still feeling like you want to call in, we're good. We've had a bunch of calls here in a row. They have been all good, in my opinion. B-Matt, Deezer. We love Deezer. Glad to have him calling in. Auburn alumni. We love him too. Powerman, badass every week. D-Lucky, badass every week. MWF calls in for the first time since August 31st. 2019. We're glad to have him on. Hey, caller. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
JG, what's going on?
Word. Who I got here?
This is the Old Hickory Tiger.
Old Hickory, what up, man?
I just enjoying a little bit of the Fighting Reds, doing work on Louisville at the moment, watching a little bit of this Celtics-Miami game, enjoying sports being back. Didn't know if we'd ever get to this day.
I know you love Rhett, dude. I mean, you knew better than to shit on Rhett because he was a friend with Gus, right?
I didn't shit on Rhett.
I know. I'm saying a lot of people do. You knew better than to do that, right?
I don't have anything against Rhett. I think, like a lot of the previous OCs, Gus always tends to have his hand in it. So, you know, I'm optimistic for Chip. We'll see what happens. Or Chad, sorry, excuse me. We'll see what happens. But, you know, I'm just glad football's almost here. I don't catch a lot of brain drains live, so I go back and listen to a lot of podcasts later. And I was on a flight recently, and it played one of the ones in March you had back when Corona first hit. And I remember you saying that, you know, we might do this for a month. It might be it might be Memorial Day before we get past this. I mean, who'd have thought we'd be in September and still talking about it?
God dang, it sucks, dude. Let me ask you this: have you called in before?
This is my first time calling in.
That's what I thought, man. We need to give you a little triangle action for that. Dude, we love having you call in, bro. You're a legendary poster these days. I mean, you've been doing a hell of a job. You like post a bunch of cool shit and you never get in fights with people, like mean fights.
Been there for a long time over the years. I think I've been around for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years at this point. Had a previous handle and then switched to Old Hickory Tiger probably, I don't know. I think I probably sent you a message probably five years ago, something like that. And it's always a good time on Auburn Sports. I mean, the bunker helps get you through a lot of days, you know?
Oh, I feel the same way very much. Were you a big-time poster before? I mean, I can't remember all the handles that have changed.
I don't know if I was a big-time poster. I mean, I think I first got on the board when I was young. I was probably 15, 16 years old the first time I started my subscription, and now I'm in mid to late 20s. So I went by number one Auburn fan back in the day and then changed over to Old Hickory Tiger, like I said, probably 4 or 5 years ago, if I had to guess.
And are you up in, are you like Nashville? Where are you at?
I'm in Atlanta, but that 615 area code is, I'm from around that area. Yeah, I grew up in Old Hickory, so, just about 35 minutes or so outside Nashville, and then went to Auburn and then moved to Atlanta after graduation.
Word. You fired up about this game, man? You think Auburn's going to pull this one out against Kentucky, the hated Kentucky Wildcats?
I do. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people expected to be, JG. I mean, Kentucky's got a really good team. They returned a lot of starters from last year. Obviously, a lot of inexperience up front for us. I'm really excited to see what Chad is going to do with this group. I think we got a lot of playmakers on offense, but I'm really excited. Honestly, we're talking about position groups and players we're excited to see. I'm really excited to see what the evolution of Roger McCreary is going to look like. We've had a lot of corners take the next step over the years on defense. I think Roger McCreary might be the next in line of a lot of good ones Auburn's produced recently.
Yeah, they got some good options at cornerback. I think they're going to have some dudes jump up and be good, no doubt. Got a lot of depth there.
But I do think, Jay, that Georgia game, week 2, pending Auburn get by this game in week 1 against Kentucky, is either going to make or break the season a lot of the ways. I think if Auburn can win in Athens week 2, which, it's been a long time, 2005 was the last time they won there, but I think if they can win in Athens, Auburn's got a chance to do something really special this year. But I think if they lose that game in week 2 against Georgia, you might be looking at another maybe 6-4, 7-3 type of season.
Yeah, it's tough to play Georgia in the second game, although you don't want to bitch about it too much because, it used to be back-to-back Alabama, Georgia late in the season. So this is better, but I tend to agree with you. You've got to win at Georgia if you're going to be a good team. It's been 15 freaking years, bro.
It's been too long, and obviously there's been a lot of frustrating times. I've made a lot of trips over the years, so watched some pretty disappointing games. And, same with Baton Rouge. I don't know what it is about those two places, but Auburn always struggles to win there. But I really do believe if they can find a way to, it can be ugly. It doesn't have to be pretty, but if they can just find a way to scrap and claw and win in Athens in week 2, the schedule really sets up well. I mean, I think even before COVID, when you had LSU at the end of the season, it didn't get much easier for Auburn. Instead of having Georgia and Bama back-to-back, you still had LSU and Bama. So
yeah,
I think this sets up a little bit better, but it's never easy in the SEC, that's for sure.
I know. I just can't believe it's been 15 freaking years since Brandon hit, ultimately, I guess, what was it, hit a Romashadu, and then Courtney Taylor got it there in the end zone. 15 years, bro. I hate hearing about it from Georgia.
Games over the year.
I bet as a guy who lives in Atlanta, you have to hear a lot of bullshit from UGA people too, right?
It's been tough over the years. I think really the only good time we had was, in 17 when we lit them up when they came to Jordan Hare, but then they got payback a couple weeks later in the Dome. That wasn't a fun one.
Yeah.
Got to hear a lot about that in the next couple of weeks.
That was not a fun game, no. Carry On just wore out, man. I mean, he was wore out at that point.
And I think that's why I'm excited about the running back rotation this year. There's a lot of talent there, and I really do believe that we're going to see more of running back by committee this year. Like you said in previous chats and on the board, some of that in previous years was due to Booby getting hurt and them having to spread out the carries a bit more. But I just tend to believe with the talent there is on this roster, and you look top to bottom, all of these guys are a threat to make plays, whether it be between the tackles or on the edge with speed. I just tend to believe we're going to go with the committee approach, and I think that's going to benefit Auburn at the end of the day to have some guys fresh sort of games 8, 9, and 10 as opposed to in previous years, whether it be Carry On, whether it be Cam Petway, guys like that Auburn just gave 20-plus carries week after week, and they just ran out of gas at the end of the year.
Yeah, a lot of depth, man. I don't know if they have a superstar guy, but they have a lot of depth, and that's a good thing to have,
Let me ask you this, JG, and I'll let you go. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Sure.
What are your thoughts as far as expectations for Marr this year in the running back rotation?
It's so deep, man. I don't know if he's going to break out as a tailback. I think he's going to catch some balls out of the end zone. They're going to use him out of the backfield. They're going to use him some different ways. I think he's going to end up being a peripheral player this year, just kind of a dude that gets like 3 or 4 touches a game, and that's about it. I think he's better than that, but they're just so thick at tailback right now. I just don't know how he breaks out.
Yeah, it's hard to see with 4 or 5 guys possibly playing at running back how if you get more than single-digit touches at the end of the day.
I know. There's so many dudes, and I think they're good. So in a different situation, I think Mark Anthony could be their number 1 tailback, but I don't know if he's going to be able to pull ahead of all these dudes.
I got you. Well, hey, JG, I'll let you go. I appreciate the time. Keep doing what you do.
Hey, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger, okay?
I will be calling back some point next week, win or lose, to talk to Tigers. It's going to be interesting on the bunker. After the first negative play we have on offense, you're going to hear the fire gust chant.
It's over, yeah. Got to go. All right, Hickory.
Appreciate you, JG.
See you, bro.
Bye.
There he is, Old Hickory. First-time caller. A great bunker poster. Great because he gets in conversations, but he doesn't call people a bunch of nasty names and stuff. I love it. Bunch of super chats came through while we had Old Hickory on the horn. Stu Pup jumped in again. Stu Pup has the longest streak anywhere as far as super chatters goes, and he kept it alive tonight. He just said, "Enjoy the show. Good night, fam." Unbelievable. The guy is just here every single week. He's just like Old Faithful. Also, Caddy Wumpus, you can see there, jumping in again. Caddy, we're glad to have you, brother. Great name. I think you're Jay Lee's favorite handle. He loves the handle Caddy Wumpus. And he says, well, there's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. Also, AU Storm 20, who I tend to mix up with the Auburn alumni when you're on the horn. You guys, I think, sound very similar when you call in. AU Storm 20 says, we need to talk about the 24-hour drain next week. I am concerned about some things. I don't know what you're concerned about, bro. So it's not going to be actually a 24-hour drain. It's going to be a very long one. We're going to go, and Ed D was asking about this earlier as well. We're going to go an hour before the kickoff, so that means we'll go live at 10 a.m. next Saturday. We'll do a little pregame show, get things ready for the game. We're going to probably leave the stream going during the game. I'm not going to do play-by-play or anything. And by contract, I can't show the game or Andy's call or anything like that. So I don't really know what we're going to do during the game. I would love to have something going on at halftime, working in with Hunter, who's Dr. Ironstein on Twitter, a guy who does our Know the Enemy stuff. He's a defensive coordinator at a very good high school here in the state of Alabama. And he gives us great insight into some of the things that are going on with Kevin. We'd like to work with probably Madimer on the offensive side and just kind of see if we can get some insights on what's going on there, some things that are going on that he notices and some adjustments they can make on that side of the ball. Second half, blah, blah, blah. And then after the game, we're here. We're doing calls. We're doing assessments. We're looking at the stats and whatever. So I think it would end up being like a 6-hour stream. But during the game, we would mostly just kind of be talking, just bullshitting. Because I got to try to watch the game and see what's going on, and you guys are watching the game too, and I kind of want to be here for you guys, but I don't really see the point in stopping the stream between kickoff and halftime, and we can just leave it going. And just kind of be here. A lot of you guys can't go to the game. I'm not going to go to the game. I don't really have a spot. Brian's going to be there. Yeah. I don't know if you give me the wrap it up. Administrative assistant is in the his. We are over. Well, hold on. We are now over the 3-hour mark on the stream. We're at exactly 3 hours right now. Love the Cat says, during the game, we will drink. As a man who knows a little something about drinking. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Fire guys.
Oh, you got it. Oh, hey, what's up, man? How you been?
Doing well. How about yourself, Taylor?
Another day in paradise. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you back on the bunker. You had to take a little bit of a break, didn't you?
It's good to be back stateside, I will say. Not a huge fan of South America. The women are beautiful, but
you know, the first time you said that, I thought, oh shit, I didn't know he was out of the country, and then I was like, oh my bad, I get it. You got me on that one.
Oh yeah.
You said that on the bunker too, earlier in the day, and that was when I was freaking out about it. So anyway, we're glad to have you, Alpha Dog. You're funny. The JFK picture is a little too much, but you know, it's okay, man.
And it is, and that's why I didn't, object at all when you banned me for it. So I did have a little fun when I got back with the meme at your expense. So.
Sure, yeah, it was pretty funny. I liked it. I guess it was kind of like you. You were the what's Leo DiCaprio's character's name in that movie?
I know it's Django Unchained, but I can't remember his character's name.
Candyland was the name of his place, so I don't know if that was his name, but. Yeah, me chasing after you as a cop. That was pretty damn funny.
Well, Calvin Candy, that's his name.
There you go. Zach, hey, Zach Rogue in the chat keeps asking me, who do you think is going to be the best freshman wide receiver? I think it's going to be Xavier Capers. Who do you think it's going to be, Alpha Tiger? Best freshman wideout?
I think Capers is probably going to be the one that gets the most opportunities. I don't necessarily think by the end of their careers that maybe he'll be the best one, but I certainly think as an incoming freshman, I think he's got the best opportunity this year, at least from everything you guys have reported on in the preseason. Which obviously you never know until you get these guys out in the field. Some guys are gamers, some guys, look good in the uniform and practice All-Americans like Marquise McLean. Had two really good performances in A-Day, and then you never saw him once the season started. So
yeah. Did you know that the last time? Did you know Georgia hadn't won a national title since 1980?
I did. I saw that new patch, that beautiful patch that they got for their uniforms, recognizing their 40-year drought. I thought that was an interesting strategy from a recruiting standpoint.
Yeah, very interesting strategy. 40 years old, bro. We've got people that are Auburn fans who have never even known Georgia as a national championship contender, like a winner. Have never known it.
I was born in '89, so they haven't almost a decade before I was born was their last national title.
And man, I'm telling you what, as someone who was alive in 1989, it was a really fun time. You were born in a great year.
What I guess particularly here?
I was going. I met some girls that ended up being very sharing, very friendly, and morally casual, pliable. Yes, and it was just a fun time to be alive for me, and for you too.
I'm a big fan of girls that are morally casual. I wish that some parents raise their kids that way.
The men. Fathers of boys maybe more so than fathers of girls, but understood. I know where you're coming from. I've been on that side of the equation. That side of the transaction.
Absolutely. And obviously you want to find a girl who hasn't been with everybody at the end of the day when you're looking to settle down. So I guess there's two sides of that sword.
I think of you as being very young, having been born in '89, but we have a kid in the chat right now who says he was born in '05, Alpha Tiger. So now both you and I are old.
So we have a 15-year-old in this chat?
We do, right now, at this very moment, listening to you and thinking, man, Alpha Tiger's a badass. I want to be just like him. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I'll try to, not teach him anything he probably hasn't already heard in high school. We may be seeing him in a news article in a couple of years for, one of those young 20s teachers that are thinking that they're still students in high school.
Yeah, did you see the latest teacher-student thing? It was not a pretty sight.
Like a 65-year-old woman. I don't think that she got caught because the kid was bragging to his friends. That's for sure.
No, I don't think so. We're not making light of that, though. We don't want to joke about that. As far as the season goes, Alpha Tiger, I know you want to fire Gus, but at the same time, are you hopeful that this is going to be a decent season?
I am. I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, I do think that everything we're hearing from that Chad does have more control than previous offensive coordinators have had, and we've said all along that if Gus were to ever give up control, that it would be to Chad because of how well he knows him, trusts him, how well Chad's proven to be on his own at Clemson. And so, I mean, that kind of leaves me with some optimism on the offensive side. Offensive line, I mean, you can say it 1,000 times and still haven't said it enough. I mean, it's a big question mark. I mean, I think, we've heard positive reports with Bidwell or whatever our new O-line coach is.
Bicknell, yeah.
But Bicknell, thank you. And, I just think that until you see these guys play, and I think next week will be a good judge. I mean, Kentucky's not, known for an elite defense, but at the same time, it's still an SEC team. They're a middle-of-the-road SEC team. So it would be a good gauge of our offensive line. I mean, even if they're pushing them around, you're still going to be a little bit skeptical. But if they're getting pushed around by Kentucky's defensive line, then we know that we're going to have some problems moving forward. But I think the defensive side I'm less concerned about, maybe depth along the D-line. But, Kevin Steele, since he's been here, it's been kind of a reload, not rebuild. So I'm more confident on the defensive side. I know other people have their concerns, and you're obviously going to have those when you have when you have to replace so many players. But I do think it's a really good team. I think you never know, though. There's one or two slip-up games a year. I mean, even if sometimes they're a dominating team, they still have those one or two games where you could slip up. Nick's throws a couple interceptions and bad situations, and puts the defense with their backs against the wall. I see your team being an 8-2 team personally.
That's good.
I think we finally break the streak in Athens. I sure hope so, but I think that Bama's obviously going to make a tough one, and I think we lose another one somewhere along there. I think we beat LSU in Georgia, but I think somebody slips in there and surprises us one week, and whether or not that's A&M. I mean, it could be Kentucky week 1, which would be an awful start to the season, but I think 8-2 or 7-3 worst case scenario.
And they wouldn't fire Gus over that, right?
No, I know Gus is not going to get fired this year. And frankly, if he actually does, give Chad Morris control, then I mean that's probably my biggest gripe with Gus is just how micromanaging is on that side of the ball. I mean, I don't think anybody would ever try to say that Gus is not a good dude, but and he lets Steele have control. So I think recruiting along the offensive line, if he continues to bring in, 4 or 5 offensive linemen every year at each recruiting class, I think he's going to make some progress there. I think he hopefully finally realized that, you can't just recruit 1 or 2 offensive linemen in any class.
I agree. I think that's what he's going to do. I mean, Bicknell's going to get the most out of him. He's going to recruit a little bit better, and all it takes is just to have a decent offensive line, and I think they got enough. So that's the threshold, decent. That's all they got to be.
What do you think our record will be as of now, from everything you've heard?
7-3. And I think
do you have 3 teams in particular that you think we lose to, or?
So I think they lose to Alabama. I think they lose to Georgia, and I think they lose one more. I understand where you're coming from, that you think this is the year they break the streak. But damn, dude, it's been so long. It's almost like I don't want to bet on that until it happens, and I don't mind being wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's 15 years.
Safer to guess it as a loss, because the majority of people I guess especially in the media, will be predicting a Georgia victory. But
sure.
I just think with Georgia's breaking in a new offensive line as well. I think 3, maybe 4 starters, and then they also are. Lord knows what's going on in their quarterback situation at the moment.
That's
they've recruited well, but you're still week 2 with a fresh quarterback. So
they do have issues at quarterback. There's no doubt about that. And I think defensively they don't have quite the big-time guys that they did before. I think they have guys that will be big-time, but they're not big-time right now. So if you're going to get one, this is the year to do it. But it's like, I don't know if this is the offensive line to do it. That's the thing, Although maybe they'll be good.
I think next. Sorry, go ahead.
They might be good. I don't know. I thought last year's was kind of underwhelming.
I think last year's offensive line was terrible by almost any measurement. But I think, like I said, next week against Kentucky, I think it would be better able to assess our odds against Georgia after we watch our team open up next week.
All right, Alpha Tiger, I hope you call in after next week's show because we'd love to have your assessment after that win or loss. Either way, we would love to have it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tater.
All right, Alpha Tiger, be good.
You too. Bye.
That's it. There he goes. Hey, I was going to say I opened a pack of baseball cards. We were on the Zoom the other day. It was between interviews. I don't really remember what interview it was, but I was opening a pack of baseball cards that my mom had bought me from the 1990 Fleer Upper Decks. No, I take it back. Fleer, just the regular Fleers. And look who I pulled, you guys. I pulled it on stream, too. I pulled a Bo Jackson, baby. It's not a rookie, but this would have been his, fourth year? Fifth year. I was pretty fired up about that. Bo Jackson. Here's the did you know information from the back of this Fleer card. First of all, Alpha Tiger, thank you very much for calling, brother. It says also, did you know, also a star running back for football's LA Raiders. I don't know if you guys knew that. Finished fourth in the league in homers and tied for fourth in RBIs in 1989. Had over 25 homers and 25 steals for the second straight year. No Royal has done it even once. First player in Kansas City history to go from college to the big leagues in the same year. How about that, man? Although he did not technically he didn't go straight to Major League Baseball. He spent some time with the Memphis Chicks, who were at the time a Royals farm system. They later became a Cardinals farm system. He is listed as a native of Bessemer, Alabama. You may know that. I don't know if you guys know that. And at this point in his career, he was 6'1", 225. So I was pretty fired up about that. I was pretty fired up to get a Bo Jackson card. I mean, it's not worth anything, but, it's pretty cool. I also got Brett Saberhagen, Frank Viola, John Kruk, Ramon Martinez, and Tim Raines. Tim Raines in the Hall of Fame. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
JG, good evening.
Word. Does this AU Storm 20?
It is. I'm concerned about you.
Why?
First off, I think I've watched 85% of the brain drains that have ever been published on the YouTubes
of all time.
And
yes, sir.
I don't think. Yeah, I think I've watched over 75 to 80% of them. I was thinking earlier, I don't know if I've ever seen you get up to use the restroom or do anything like that in the middle of a brain drain show. I could be wrong, but would that be a correct assumption?
I think I've done it once or twice when I got really trashed, but I mean, generally diapers really do the trick for me.
I mean, that's impressive. I just thought about that earlier. I was like, man, I don't know, the 24-hour drain marathon, that's going to be we're going to have to game plan a little with some, be right back slides or
yeah.
some music or something. I don't know.
24-hour drain. I think some people are taking this literally, Storm, and are like, holy shit, we're going to go full 24. I can't go 24 hours, bro. I know you know that. But some other people, I'm not sure they know.
I think when you first mentioned it, I was like, 24-hour drain, let's go. And people were like, oh, this is for real. Let's do this.
No.
But it'll be cool. I'm looking forward to it. I think that's something neat. But I was like, it'd be funny if you did like a slide or an animation that was like, be right back or please stand by as you went to either just get up from the desk for a minute or something like that before the game, during the game, after the game. Like you said, that is a long show.
Yeah, we're going to go at least 6 hours, probably more like 7. So, I'm probably going to have to take a break or two on that one. Hell, we're 3 hours and 15 minutes in right now and haven't done anything. So, we're good.
It's impressive. I mean, I'm truly impressed by that.
Appreciate that.
But looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I commend you because, even on like a sports call-in radio show, those don't go over 4 hours. So, it's going to be crazy you hearing the same stuff over and over again from callers.
Oh, well, that's cool, though, man.
And
you don't see that. Like, seriously, we take calls every week, and there isn't a lot of retreading. I guess we just have really smart callers. There's not a lot of that.
Yeah. Well, and I think, too, like, you get the majority of the people that are constantly calling, and they're paying attention to the show, and they pick up on those things. So it's like, what's the point in asking it again when you're getting the same answer?
Yeah.
So, like you said, we do have some intelligent and callers and people who do pay attention. I do kind of wanted to retrace to basketball real quick.
Yeah.
I'm a big basketball guy, big basketball follower. I don't think we disagree on this, but I really think Flanigan is a key piece for next year. Like, I just saw something click at the end of next year, and I don't know either, in the offense that we ran and the positioning of him on the court, when him and Okoro were on the court at the same time, or, whatever, the positioning of him getting the ball and having opportunities to score were very limited, and I don't think a lot of things were ran for him. But kind of towards the end of the year, something clicked, especially that Tennessee game. He was taking the ball from the top of the key, driving the left-hand side, doing a couple Euro steps.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I feel a lot more positive about him than I think maybe you or some of the other people do. But I think the light clicked on, and he could be a guy who could take it to the rim as a slasher a little better than maybe a Cambridge or anybody like that. Because I don't think, truly and honestly, I never saw really Cambridge take it to the rack at all last year. And if it was on the fast break. He was always posted up in the corner when we drove, or he would slide down from the wing to the corner based on the play or the drive by McCormick. So when it comes to the basket slashers, I feel like we're probably very limited in that compared to last year with Okoro and Javon. That's where I feel like a weakness could be, especially in the half court. I'm not concerned about full court. Fast break, transition. We have the athletes for that, but I am a little concerned about that when it comes to the half court.
Word. Understood completely. I mean, Cambridge is not a slasher. He's going to have to be a spot-up guy. Do you trust Sharif? Do you trust Flanigan to be guys that can get into the lane and kick out? I mean, because it's going to be Cambridge and Powell and Jalen that are hitting those threes. Those are the only guys that can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely I don't know if, I know Bruce loves that type of offense. And, last year he said we should expect a different type. I mean, I really don't think we really changed that much. But I do feel like that might have to be the case this year, depending on that. So it's going to be interesting to see what different philosophies we have, if we use more. I just don't really, like you said, we don't really know what to expect because we don't know what, our guys are going to look like and things like that. But it's just going to be a curious year, and I hope people can be patient at the beginning.
Yeah.
We'll see about that.
That's a great point. I think it's going to be a little chaotic in the beginning as these guys get used to their new roles. Everybody's going to have a new role except Cambridge, and even Cambridge is going to be a starter, so it's going to be different for him too. So it's going to take 10 or 15 games to get into a rhythm. I agree. That's a great point. I do want to mention that D in Atlanta texted to say that my real secret of my no bathroom break thing is when administrative assistant says we need to wrap it up, that actually means that my catheter bag is full, and that is what he means by draining the brain.
I mean, I didn't want to assume that was the case.
That's not where you were going.
It kind of makes sense if that is.
I know that's not where you were going, but D in Atlanta did.
I know.
I happen to think this. I happen to think this basketball team is going to be fun as hell to watch. I really do. I just think they're going to be one of those teams. It's like a puppy dog that never knows when they're in trouble. They just keep loving on you, and they're just going to keep fighting all the time and running around like crazed lunatics all the time. I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, last couple things about that, and I know football's coming up, but I'm actually really curious to see how basketball season goes this year. I know some of those Thanksgiving beginning of the season tournaments are like shifting Like, it would really suck if you were going to Maui this year and then they're like, oh, sorry, just kidding. You're actually going to Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah.
That would blow.
That's a big step down.
I should be pissed off.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see, like, if there's been talks that they might be doing there might be talks that they may be doing more of those, and that would be awesome. You know, the whole bubble thing and those type of tournaments. I think they like what they saw out of what the NBA did, but it would be kind of cool to see that and just have these tournaments going on all year with basketball, and then you know, who knows what happens in conference play.
Actually, I ran that by BP the other day. I ran it by BP. Now, so he was thinking maybe in the early season they would do bubbles, you know, and maybe like a tournament in Asheville, like you were joking about. But I mean, I think that really will go down. I was thinking they might do some bubbles in the conference season, but BP was thinking maybe not. So, and I know Kermit was on Neil McCrady's show the other day saying that he didn't think bubbles were going to work for the SEC either, that by that point they'll be able to play almost like a regular schedule in the SEC, which would be kick-ass. But again, bubbles might have a place early in the season, but the coaches, at least at this point, are thinking maybe not late in the season.
I mean, that would make sense. And, you know, hopefully as things go along, you know, you're starting to see football, you know, stadiums, NFL starting to add percentages to fans being there as people get more comfortable and things get more streamlined with that. So, you know, maybe by then, you know, we'll be able to go watch a game in Auburn Arena or something like that. But it is going to be cool to see that. And I do like the chemistry of this team a lot. You know, just following these guys on social media, they all seem to be really close. And you know, it is going to be interesting to see who is the leader of this team because it's really not anybody that stands out to me that could be that guy. So we're pretty young. I don't really know who's going to be that guy, that leader, and that's been kind of key over the past couple of years. So we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, they got some candidates, but somebody's got to actually step up and do it. And until that happens, we got to be skeptical, Storm, you know?
Yeah. Skeptical, but optimistic.
But optimistic. Yeah. Understood.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right, JG, I appreciate it. We'll talk next weekend. Looking forward to it, and glad that we're going to see some good football next weekend.
All right, brother. Counting on you to call in.
All right, man. I'll be there.
See you, bro.
Yeah.
There he is, AU Storm, a consistent caller. Calls in pretty much every week. Let's see. Look at his call log right here. July 25, August 8, August 15, August 22, September 12, and then today. I mean, the guy's he's like clockwork. We love having him on. He can talk football. He can talk basketball. He can talk everything. Damn good caller. We got a super chat coming in from Old Hickory Tiger. Thank you very much, sir. A caller, a chatter, and now a super chatter as well in the same show, which is like getting an EGOT, basically. Starting a GoFundMe for the 24-hour brain drain. Oh, man. I can't believe this thing is caught on at all. It's hilarious to me. Couldn't do 24 hours now. We do 3 hours as it is. Also, Call Me Biscuit. No message on that one, but Call Me Biscuit just says it's from Call Me Biscuit. We love having you on the chat, brother. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hey there, Jay. How's it going tonight?
Word, who we got?
This is Knox Harrington.
Hey, what's up, man? I remember I used to ask you like who you were, and now I realize you're a character from Big Lebowski. Yeah.
I know the Big Lebowski.
Why that character? My question is why that character, though.
Well, I wanted something from the Big Lebowski because it's one of my top 5 favorite movies.
Yeah, it's a great one.
And, you know, the dude is taken, of course, on Rivals. I think, like, John Goodman's character's taken, Walter Sobchak, Jackie Treehorn, all those characters. And then typed in, well, like the funny guy on the couch at Maud's house, Knox Harrington, the video artist. So I started typing it in, and it wasn't taken. I was like, hey, I'll do that.
He's funny, man. That guy is funny, but he's kind of a peripheral character, you know.
Oh yeah, he's such a weirdo. He's only in the film for like 4 minutes.
Yeah, at most.
But he's very memorable.
He is memorable.
So.
And I think Maud Lebowski she's underrated in that movie. She's hot and she's very bright and she's funny. She's not trying to be funny, but she is funny.
Well, yeah, Julianne Moore, she always brings it. She's always great.
She's super hot too.
She's a gal that we adore, right?
Oh, she belongs on that list, I think. Yeah.
Maybe we need to put up a picture or two.
Certainly within the realm of possibility, Knox. How about some Auburn stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Auburn stuff. What are you thinking?
Oh, Lord, I have no idea. I haven't been able to hear. I mean, seriously, like how is anyone supposed to know what this is going to look like? I mean, the real question is, how long will Chad Morris be given the play card? The play sheet.
Yeah, that's the question.
I know there's skepticism. I feel like it's going to work this year to an extent. It's sort of like if Gus takes control again, that's just not going to work. I really think the powers that be will sniff that out and be like, "Whoa, Gus, you can't do this again. Bye-bye."
I just don't think he's going to do it. I understand why you guys are reticent.
Yeah.
I really do. I get it because he's done it so many times. But Chad is like his number one guy. He's been a head coach. Like if anyone in the world could do it, it's going to be Chad, and I think he'll leave him alone. I really do.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I heard what you said last week in that when Gus became head coach at Auburn, he called Chad and then he called Norvell, and the timing of those just wasn't great. So he got Rhett. So I believe it. I think it's time it's been past time. He should have given Chip more leeway.
Fair.
In my opinion, not that I really know what I'm talking about, but I'm looking forward to it. Here's a question for you: How many SEC games do you think actually happen next Saturday? There's 7 of them. How many of them do you think will actually be played?
6. I already have one that I think is not going to. I have one that I think is not going to be played.
Oh, so you've got some inside info?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to share it though, but there's one game, not the Auburn game. I think Auburn's going to be fine, but it's another SEC game I think is going to get canceled because one particular team doesn't have enough offensive linemen.
Yeah. I think I might have heard that mentioned somewhere in the last couple of days. Can't remember what it was, but I won't make you say it. So, yeah, I was thinking maybe 5 or 6 would get played. I feel like there might be 1 or 2 that don't, but that's just a guess, just like everything is. So, hey, another question.
Sure.
Have you had any new callers tonight?
Yes, I mean you're a new
you've
caller.
Never heard from before.
Yes, you're one of them. Old Hickory Tiger was a first-time caller. MWF.
Oh, okay, great.
MWF 0001 had not called in since the Oregon game last year, which is like forever ago. So I mean that's almost like a first-time caller. So
I got you. Well, hey, so I actually called in last season.
Yeah.
Like the first couple of games that you were doing it. It's been a long time.
No, I remember you calling in because I asked you about Knox Harrington.
That's right. Mm-hmm. It's been a year basically. So, I tell you who we need to get to call in, and I've asked them on the board. We need to get the Corona brothers to call in.
Interesting.
We need to get Stump Fan to call in. I mean, it would be hilarious if Ayler could call in. I think these guys need to reveal themselves. You know what I mean?
Well, Ayler he's on the opposite side from Stump Fan. Those guys are not on the same side of that. Yeah.
Yes. I'm like the Corona brothers would be Stump and DM8.
and Tallahassee Tiger, but Tallahassee Tiger I knocked him out of the park, so he's not been posting at all in the last 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was good, man. I'm glad you did that.
I mean, I don't necessarily think he's not cussing and doing all that stuff, but he just fans the flames, and I'm tired of it. I told him that. Yeah.
I hear you. I heard a little bit of the Jay Lee call. I wasn't able to tune in until later tonight. He went forever, it seems like. And you got him late, too.
I know.
He's normally in bed by like 8:30.
I couldn't believe he was awake. And he had a nice hot take about Armani Goodwin, too, saying he thought it was kind of bullshit that the kid was wearing LSU gloves on the national TV game. So, interesting take.
Oh, yeah. I heard him say that, and I read about it on the bunker last night about the LSU gloves. That's strange. Can anyone be surprised by that?
No, not really.
I'm not.
Kids.
After all these years of Auburn recruiting crazy stories.
Kids, man. Kids.
I've gotten to where I just let me know when they've signed the papers and show up on campus.
Understood. If I was in your position, I would feel the same way in a lot of ways. I mean, it's just, you get tired of the drama. I get it.
Yeah, just as a subscriber and just as a fan, I don't know how you guys deal with it. And I mean, after the Byron Cowart thing and Calvin Ashley, I just said, you know what? Recruiting I cannot follow this anymore
it's
because
tough. It can
there's
be
so
tough.
many disappointments and so many things that happen. And now I read the scoops that Jay Lee posts and everything like that, but it's like, okay, that's great. When they sign those papers, that's when it really counts.
I know. But you get kids like Darren Bates. I love recruiting because you get kids like Darren Bates, who was kind of a nobody, who ended up being a badass, and Senderic was a nobody, and he ended up being a badass, and so I love those stories.
For real.
That's the payoff,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For real. Hey, what you been drinking tonight?
I've been drinking Old Tub, which is
wow.
It's basically Jim Beam bottled in bond. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. But it's pretty good for $20, man. It's real good, actually.
Oh, that's a good tip. I'm gonna try to track that one down for $20.
$20. It's hard to beat. Evan Williams' single barrel is really good at that price point, but this is right there with it. I think this is a really good buy for $20.
I agree with you. The Evan Williams stuff is good. I'll look for that Old Tub. Listen, man, I don't want to keep it too long. I know your bladder's probably going to explode.
No, I'm good, man. I love it. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I'm all about it.
The admin, the administrative assistant's probably
she is
standing in the corner, tapping her fingers, staring at you.
She said, "I've gotten the wrap it up sign." So,
hey, buddy. Listen, Jay, thank you for everything you do. The bunker's been great over the last several months. I love the drain, and hope to talk to you again soon. You have a good night, man.
All right, Knox. Be good, brother.
See you, bro. Okay. Bye-bye.
There he is. Knox Harrington, video artist. He is indeed a video artist. Old Hickory Tacker reminds us that I was talking about recruiting things that are really fun to watch and play out. Daniel Thomas is a great example. 2-star kid, added on signing day, ends up being a draft pick, and he's going to make money. AU Taxman says Darren Bates is a dude who played 10 years in the league, and AU fans still think he sucked. Yeah, whatever. I know he came out and said some nasty stuff about – he keeps calling him Gene Chizik. But you guys know how I feel about Gene. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on him too much, but I think he's fake. I think he's really fake. To the point where I unfollowed him on Twitter. I couldn't read it anymore. I just feel like he's inauthentic. You guys could disagree, and I might be wrong. I still love you guys. It just strikes me as inauthentic. And that's one of the things I do like about Gus is that he is authentic. It's like when I text Gus and I ask him a question and he don't want to answer it, he just doesn't answer it. He doesn't lie to me. He just doesn't answer it. And I've covered Gus, let's see, 10, no, is that right? 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So my 10th year covering Gus. I have not caught him in a lie. Now, there's things he won't answer, and there's things that he does that piss me off. Most of the time I am able to discuss that with him and let him know how I feel about it, but I don't catch him in lies. He's not a liar. And we've caught Gene in a bunch of, Gene's just, I don't know. Darren Bates and I are on the same page with that one. Super chat coming in from Hornatius. I think this is your 4th super chat of the night, and we love you for that, brother. He says, Old Forester 100. That would be, I'm not exactly, is that Statesman? I'm not sure which one that, no, that must be the standard Old Forester 100 proof handle for 44 is the best value in the ABC store. Good God. We've actually got a bottle here at the house of Old Forester. I would just call it Old Forester Standard or Old Forester. We haven't opened it yet. Maybe we'll open it for the Kentucky game. I don't know. It would be hard for that bottle to beat Eagle Rare at 33. I know Eagle Rare is hard to find, but at 33, I would take Eagle Rare. I would take Eagle Rare at 44. So that's just me. And I know that's not a handle. That's a 5th versus a handle. You may find value in that, but for me, I've got so much bourbon in my house. I just don't. A handle versus a 5th. I'm just looking for quality more than quantity. Christian C in the house. What's up, Christian? Glad to have you here. I think this is like your 3rd or 4th consecutive show, bro. And appreciate you being here. You're a hell of a Warzone player, by the way. I haven't played with you, but I've seen your stats, and they're way better than mine. Let's see. Corey says you didn't cover Gus in 09. I did. I forgot. Okay, so it was 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it's 11 years now. How about that? All right, we still got some super chats I need to get to. Another one from D. Lucky, who is himself a Hall of Fame poster, caller, and super chatter, and chatter. He's like the quadruple threat. Says, love the administrative assistant. One more drink for anybody still up. Drink beaches. Oh, well. She's not going to be happy, but, shit happens. I probably don't need this one. I don't know if you guys... Let me show you this. This is funny. So I have I use a Fitbit tracker. I always wear one. This is my, I think my 7th tracker I've had. I've only paid for 3. They always break on me. And then I contact their customer service and they send me a new one. So it's like I simultaneously love them and hate them. Like I wish they made their shit so it would actually last. But at the same time, they always give me a new one. So it's like I can't bitch too much. I want you guys to look at my resting heart rate. I'll show this to you guys. This is proprietary information. Like, look at this. Can you see that right there? So, like, see how it goes way up to the top there? That's what I've been drinking for 4 days straight. And do you see what happens when I stop drinking? It goes down for 5 days straight. It dropped from 66 to 58 over a period of, like, 5 days, my resting heart rate. And all that is from like not drinking. That's what it does to your heart, man. That's why I dried out for like 5 straight days. And then you guys made me want to drink more. I'm just kidding. It's not really on you guys. I just do it. It's part of the show. Anyway, D Lucky, appreciate you, brother, man. It's my pleasure to drink a little more Old Tub in your name. Also, a super chat coming through from Love the Fats. Tricky. Says Bourbon Talk, has anyone tried WT's Kentucky Spirit? Of course we have. I thought it was awesome. I had that like 2 days ago, didn't I? I'm sorry, 2 shows ago. I thought I had Kentucky Spirit. Yeah, I had Kentucky Spirit. I was thinking it was rare breed, but it's Kentucky Spirit. It's delicious. Wild Turkey puts together some really good bourbons. No shit. 101's a great value. You can get a 101 handle. Yes. You can get a huge Wild Turkey 101 at Costco for like $35. It's good bourbon. Rare Breed and Kentucky Spirit are both really good. And then, Russell's Reserve is basically Wild Turkey. It's more like a cherry version of Wild Turkey. It's delicious. Wild Turkey is a really good brand. So, hell yeah. It is awesome. We also got a super chat coming in from Love the Cats. I think this is your 4th or 5th one. Unbelievable. He says, spike your hair and take a shot, Beach. Spike my hair? Can I even do that? Hold on. Sometimes I do just for fun. I mean, it's made to do that. He says your heart rate looks like a recession. All right, I spiked it. Just did a shot for D Lucky, but I mean, I'll do another one. It's fine. I don't want to do it, but I mean, you know, it's probably not the best thing for me. Appreciate you, bro. Ed D says resting heart rate 66 air horn. Yeah. It's crazy how the alcohol affects my heart rate. Or my resting heart rate, I should say. Hornation says your heart rate looks like a recession. It's funny, man. Canoe Man says Russell's Reserve is fantastic. It is a tremendous bourbon. It's really one of my favorites at the price points. It's a little in it's like in the $40 to $50 range. Let's see, Zach Rogue. Sorry. He says, sorry for asking again, but I just can't stop thinking about this one. How would you use each RB as in play styles and which ones? That's a great question. It's easy for me to sit here and say, I'd give everybody 20 carries, and the reality is that you can't do that. Where did my... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm up as a nose guard. I think that's because Love the Cats wanted me to do that. Okay, so in a perfect world, I would probably give Shivers 4 carries as a perimeter runner. I'm not a big DJ fan. I mean, I like DJ, but I don't think he's a great tailback. So I would probably give Bigsby 20 carries. I would give Mark Anthony in this game against Kentucky 7 carries, and then I think he would probably be all right. And maybe I would up it a little bit and cut Tank a little bit down in the next game. And then Joyner, I would always give him like 3 or 4 carries as like a flyer. Like, let's see what happens. Because I think he's worth a few carries. But here's the thing. Like, what's the payoff for Joyner? Okay, let's say we give him 3 carries and he gets 35 yards. He has a long of 20. Okay, so that would be an encouraging outing statistically, right? So then what do? Does that mean that we start giving him the ball more instead of Tank or Mark Anthony? It's almost like you're inviting trouble. But you still got to try to figure out who's your best number one. So that's the way I would divide it. Shivers 4 carries, DJ Williams none, Bigsby 20, Mark Anthony 8, Joyner 4, and then I would adjust it based on what happens. What do I think Gus will do? Shivers gets 15, DJ gets 8, Bigsby gets 3, Mark Anthony gets 0, Joyner gets 0. That's what I think will actually happen. Corey W. says these fall temps out right now are nice. Dude, it has been so good these last couple days. I didn't know if that was the hurricane that just kind of changed the temperatures or whatever, but it's been awesome outside. I for the first time in my life that I can remember, I'm like fired up about fall. I generally am a summer guy, and I hate, like, when things start cooling down, I get pissed off because I'm just like, we're waiting. I'm mentally waiting until March when it starts warming up again because I love warm weather. I grew up in San Diego. I grew up in Tulsa, which is not a particularly hot. It gets really hot in the summertime. It does have ice and shit there, but really I feel like in my brain I'm a San Diego kid. It's always warm. In the middle of the winter it's like 55, and then in the summer it's like 80. It's wonderful there. But I don't want to live there. It's just the weather's great. But now I'm fired up about fall. I want it to get cool. I don't mind rain anymore. I used to hate rain. I kind of like a cool rain now. I'm looking forward to it. Love the Fats says that RB room is freaking stacked. It really is. I mean, seriously. They've got a lot of dudes. And you think about, Armani, he's probably going to end up at Auburn. I mean, that's just another dude. And he might be the best of the whole group. Tank Bigsby's really good, though. And Mark Anthony's really good. I mean, Shivers is good for what he is, and DJ, he's solid. And then I don't know what they've got in Joyner, but I tend to think he's worth more than a flyer, but we'll just see. Ed D says, just play the hot hand at running back. That's what we like to do. We'll just get a hot hand and play him. But I don't know if he really actually does that. He likes to say that. But let's see. Zach says, I feel like he won't play Tank as much because he's only a freshman and Shivers a junior. You know what? You're only 15, but you've definitely got the right idea. That's the way Gus thinks. And that's probably what will actually happen. Christian C says, as a Montana native, I'd love me some cold weather. I did not know that, Christian. It's an interesting story. I really didn't know that. I would have never guessed you were from Montana, although I have never met you, so therefore I probably wouldn't ever be able to assess that. What's up?
Time for bed.
Administrative assistant thinks it's about time to wrap this up. This might be our longest show ever. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes. Can you believe that? I just had 2 shots of Old Tub, Courtney.
Wrap it up, buddy.
Is that a problem?
Wrap it up.
Is it late to be taking shots? It's 10:57 in the Central Time Zone.
Tomorrow morning's gonna suck.
No, it's not. I've been drinking my water. It's 11:57 in the Eastern Time Zone. I would like to get to midnight in the Eastern Time Zone, which means we have 3 minutes left at minimum. But I turned off Skype, and we're good. Why'd you stop? Shut your window. I've been drinking this Old Tub. It's pretty good. I mean, for $20, it's really good. No, it doesn't. It's pretty good. It's basically Jim Beam bottled in bond. Is what it is. I would drink that. In fact, when I finish this bottle, I bet I'm going to get another bottle of this. $20? $20? It's a great value. Warwick says, wrap it up, honey. Smiley face. Old Hickory says, not even midnight here yet, JG. Damn, where are you at, Alaska? No, I'm just kidding. Ed D says, 24-hour brain drain. Get hype. Wait, what? Love the Cat says, not even close to the longest show ever. Is that right? Have we gone 4 hours before? Did the Ole Miss show go 4 hours? We had like 1,000 viewers at one time on the Ole Miss show. We were over 1,000. It was crazy. That was a crazy game, though. I mean, I thought Auburn was kicking their ass, and then all of a sudden the game was pretty close late. It was weird. Old Hickory says, already 4 hours into the 24-hour brain drain. Time is flying by. If we had a 24-hour brain drain like 3 a.m., I'd be like,
There's no way Jake could do it.
what's going on, guys? We're still here. What'd you say? Yeah, I do. I mean, I like sleeping. I'm not crazy about it, but I mean, I need to get to bed when it's bedtime. Let's see. Zach says, if it were me, I would give carries in this order. Tank 1, Mark Anthony Richards 2, Shivers 3, DJ 4, and Joyner 5. Interesting. I don't think that's that far off, honestly. But here's the thing about Mark Anthony. I don't know if he's a number 1 tailback. Wouldn't mind to find out, but I don't think you would just leave it like that. Either Mark Anthony's either going to prove it to you or he's not going to prove it to you. You don't just leave him in the number 2 spot.
Don't make me come back.
What are you going to do if you do? What's the punishment?
Time for bed.
What, he emptied?
Time for bed.
Uh-oh. Okay. Can we tell a story about the Cotton Bowl now?
No.
You remember that? Do you remember the story I'm talking about?
Yes. Reach for the stars.
Do you remember the story, though? Which story is it? Wait, what's the basic?
I was there.
What's the basis of the story? What's the basis of the story?
Me, I was the basis.
No, I know. What happened?
That we had a conversation.
About? With who? With who? Who? Was there anybody else involved? Okay. Courtney says no. You guys remind me, though, we got to talk about this Cotton Bowl story.
No, you're not talking about the Barton Cotton Bowl. Let's go.
I want to tell that story someday. We'll sneak it in one of these days. We'll talk about that story one day. Pocket Watch, Canoe Man, a Warwick. I want you guys to remember it. Ask me about the Cotton Bowl sometime. Ask me about the Cotton Bowl. And, hold on. I got to say this quietly. Ask me about the Cotton Bowl and ask me about Becky. Okay? You guys hear that? You guys remember? She didn't hear me. So I'm depending on you guys to remember to ask me that Cotton Bowl Becky, okay? Remember. What's up, Pug? How you doing, bro? Word. Do you want me to get off the air? Oh, she wants me to get off the air. What about the Cotton Bowl? What does that mean? Is that a no? Why are you staring at me? All right. I think administrative assistants had it. All right. Let's go through our tremendous callers that called in tonight. Outside of BMAT and Jay Lee, we loved having them on the show, of course. We also had Deezer, Auburn alumni, Powerman D. Lucky. Powerman and D. Lucky always here for us. MWF called in from Oklahoma. We're glad to have him again. First call in a year almost. Old Hickory Tiger, first-time caller. Knox Harrington, second-time caller. Alpha Tiger and AU Storm 20. We could not do the show without our awesome callers. And, yeah, we would be nothing without our callers. And our super chatters. Administrative assistant, she loves super chatters like no other. Is that fair? This is an incredible array of incredible posters. Crocodile, Brad E., Warwick, War Eagle 0008, AU Taxman, Old Hickory Tiger, Tyler F., a friend from the Rebel Grove site. Hornatius had 5. D. Lucky had at least 2, maybe 3. Fat Crack, Stu Pup, keeping his streak alive. Unbelievable. Cattywampus, AU Storm 20, who chatted, called in, and super chatted. Unbelievable. Old Hickory Tiger had more than one tonight. Thank you very much for that. Love the Fats, who I suspect is Pocket Watch. Also had one as well. So thank you guys very, very much for that. Unbelievable support you guys show. Every single show. Old Hickory Tiger says, brain drain after hours on the bunker right after the stream ends. Oh, we got to do Gals We Adore super fast. Tonight we have Jill and Tommy Laren. I'm guaranteed there's other ones. Oh, my goodness. Alpha Tiger was responsible for this one. I'm not sober enough to remember exactly who that is. I know it's a Fox News girl, but I don't remember which one. No, I'm not ready for that one. Oh, I remember that story. Oh, my God, and Becky. Unbelievable. Amanda Coates, you guys don't even know who that is. Carlene Bassett, you guys don't even know who that is. Jennifer Connolly. Courtney, you like Jennifer Connolly? Mm-hmm. She's lovely, isn't she? She's very friendly. I don't even know who that girl is. Do you think she's cute?
You can't tell if she's pretty or not. All you see is her hair.
She says she can't tell.
She has a nice body, but you can't tell she's pretty.
Right.
She could be really fuzzy.
She could be. What do you think about Margot Robbie? I get it. Summer Rae. This is Ruxy Poo's girl. What do you think? Thumbs up. This is the chick that does the telephone commercials. Good or bad? What we got here? Let's see. I don't even know who that is. Do you know who that is? Must be. I think that's the same girl. Oh, that's like somebody we were trying to figure out who it was. It doesn't even matter. Same deal there. That is Wayne Gretzky's daughter. What do you think about her? I mean, her mom's a supermodel. That's not even fair. Ross Gold. Everybody's happy with that. Abby Hornacek. I can't do that. I mean, her dad was on NBA Jam. Can't do that. Shannon Spake. What do you think about her, Courtney? Like, what's the first thing that jumps out to you about her?
That picture?
Uh-huh. Her big boobs. What'd you say? I don't think. You think they're fake?
You're not that size.
Courtney thinks those are fake. What do you think about that girl? Yeah, she is pretty. Ali Wong? Average. Allison Stokey? What do you think? Hot or not? Just can't tell. I don't even care what you say about this chick. She's hot. She agrees. All right, good. And this girl, I don't know much about her, but she'd be in my top 3 of this group. This is my top 3 right here, guys. Jill Arrington, Jennifer Connelly, and this chick right here. Her name is Jenny. She's hot. Ed D says, NBA Jam, he's heating up. He's heating up. Jeff Hornacek, Abby Hornacek's dad played for the 76ers back in the day, and he was money on NBA Jam. He hit the threes. Why are you staring at me? Are you trying to say it's time? Also, we do have Jake W. in the show as well, another Plainsman luminary. We're glad to have you, bro. Love the Fats is a big fan of the AT&T chick. Looks like. Well, Old Hickory says, do you know she's dating Jay Cutler now, JG? Who is? One of these girls we showed, I guess. I don't know. Whoever it may be. Look at seriously, like, I don't know if you can see this, but can you see the calf game on this girl? I don't even like golf, but she's got great calves. I don't think I'm going to be able to get rid of administrative assistant guy, so we're going to have to go back to, what'd you say? We're not going to be able to get rid of her, guys. All right, we're going to wrap it up, guys. 3 hours and 57 minutes. Can we get to 4 hours, Cordy? It's 3 hours and 57 minutes. She says no storytelling. Okay, guys. Let's do a quick review of some things that we have gone through tonight. All right, here's a great post we had earlier. I don't know if you guys saw this. This was like in the first 20 minutes of the show. Malik Willis went from not being able to throw at Auburn to being able to throw at Liberty, is what Can't Be On You said. Now, this was edited a little bit, so he had post number 1 in the thread. This is post number 6. Don Son says, this is the most typical post in Bunker history. So what I'm guessing happened is, like, Malik hit his first 3 passes, and then we started a thread about how Gus is a dipshit for letting Malik go. And then Malik ended up 13 of 31. Although Liberty did win, and Malik ran for a bunch of yards. I think he had 150 yards, but passing not awesome. And, yeah. Don Son called it correct. We blew our wad a little bit early on that one, guys. Our headlines, there really wasn't much going on there, honestly. Defense, we've been through this a bunch. We think that Colby Wooden is making a big step up. Zion Puckett has made a step up, and we like Matthew Hill at cornerback, although I don't know how much he's going to play, but he's making progress. It's not even fair to start. I mean, he switched from wideout to defense this year, didn't have spring, started off at safety, and now he's a cornerback, and he's still, like, viable. It's incredible. Offense, we've talked about this a whole bunch. Lots of depth everywhere. Don't know how many superstars we've got. We drank Old Tub tonight. I've been drinking Old Tub tonight. I've had, I don't know how much of that bottle. Maybe a third of it. Something like that. It's 100 proof. It's basically Jim Beam bottled in bond. It has a very nutty taste. You guys are into that? Here are the commits for the Auburn Tigers, including Armani Goodwin. LSU gloves not pictured. The tailback at Hewitt-Trussville is the guy pictured here. He's a fine prospect, and we have every reason to believe he's going to sign with Auburn, but Jeffrey Lee thought it was kind of BS that he was wearing LSU gloves on his national TV appearance. I tend to agree. We talked about hoops, depth chart, a whole bunch. Had a bunch of callers call in about that. Auburn alumni, one of them. AU Storm 20, one of them. We also talked a little bit about a basketball with D Lucky as well. Hold on. Where are we at? We're at 3. Four hours, baby. We hit the 4-hour mark. She wants me to wrap it up, seriously, guys. But we did talk a lot about basketball, and then of course we did the Gals We Adore with there's a lot of great hot girls. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up there. Appreciate you guys watching the show. All of our super chatters are kick ass. All of our callers are kick ass. We've been through them. Canoe Man says those last 2 shots are hitting. I'm not going to deny that. It's about right. We will check you guys out. We'll be live next week for the Brain Drain at 10 a.m. for the 11 a.m. 10 a.m. Central for the 11 a.m. kickoff for the Auburn Kentucky game. We'll go through. We'll do pregame. We'll do the game, and then we'll do a bunch of stuff afterward. We'll take calls and we'll do that whole thing. We'll break it all the way down. And we'll also have the rundown. I think we're going to do it Monday this week because Tuesday is going to be busy from this point forward. So may have to change that out a little bit. Corey W says 20 more hours to go. Oh, man. I can't. All right, guys. You all be good. Behave yourselves. I hope you guys have a great week. Seriously. Go out there and kick ass and just be the dominators that I know you guys are. You guys kick ass all the time. And just keep punching. One more day toward football. That's all. We just got to go. Monday, one more day. Tuesday, one more day. Wednesday, one more day. We get to Saturday. We're going to do it. All right, guys? Till we see you again, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Deuces.